All of these cases today are cases that were juveniles at the time of the offense who were certified as adults, which makes them eligible for consideration earlier under the 2023 law that was passed. And so we'll be reviewing these 4 cases. Do we have the facility on?
Yeah. They're not on yet.
Okay.
Question while we're waiting.
Yes.
What's our access to the apology letters?
We can get them.
I think
Generally speaking, those have, because some families, some victims do not get them. They don't choose to get them. So that's why it hasn't always been, the letters have not always been a part of the packets historically, but it's something that we could certainly pull if you would like to see them.
I think I would find that helpful.
We can work with the folks in our restorative justice and do that.
I appreciate the confidentiality there.
Okay. I see the facility is now on. We're connected with Rush City, and with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Holmes-Larson.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release and the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Clayton Keister, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Rush City. Mr. Keister also has his mother and advocate, Ms. Melanie Keister, present at the facility. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections in St. Paul is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, along with the other board members who were just introduced. On October 8th of 2005 in Dakota County, Hastings police officers responded to a report that an individual had been shot. Clayton Keister and an accomplice, Matthew Niedere, entered Gordy's Premier Auto Glass and murdered Peter and Patricia Niedere. Keister loaded one shell into the shotgun, walked into the store, saw Patricia Niedere laying on the floor, and shot her in the head. Clayton Keister and his accomplice had been planning the murder for 2 weeks. On March 15th of 2006, Clayton Ross Keister was sentenced to 2 counts of first-degree murder while attempting to commit aggravated robbery in Dakota County District Court. Both 30-year minimum sentences are to be served concurrent. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Keister has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 19 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date was originally October 11th of 2035. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Keister is eligible to be considered for release as of October 10th of 2020. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board.
So good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to just ask one of the things that we've gotten some feedback on just for members of the board and even at the facility, if people can speak loud because some folks are having a hard time hearing on the stream as we go forward. Can you hear us okay at the facility, Mr. Keister?
Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, I can hear you guys. There's a little bit of echo on your end.
A little echo here. So you're hearing echo on our side. That might just be either something there in terms of your volume, and we'll try to have our tech folks work with you all. Is it hard to hear with the feedback?
Can you hear him?
Yeah, I can hear you guys.
Okay.
I'm having trouble hearing.
Is it because of the feedback?
A little bit. Like I can hear you guys a little bit, and then it gets fairly loud and echoey.
Okay. So I don't know whatever volume options there are there. You can. I'm just not sure why that would be. We'll work with the technical people on our side to see if there's anything they can do here. Mr. Keister, I'd like to start off this meeting by asking you to tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
For me, I would like to be released back to my parents' house, and I understand that that is a fairly bold request and that it doesn't really follow the usual step-down process that's kind of been implemented beforehand, but I feel that there are a lot of different reasons that kind of could justify why that should be an option.
Okay, well, why don't you enlighten us with what those reasons are?
So for me, a couple of those, I think I've got a couple pretty good reasons. First of all, the family and the support system that I have can provide me with everything that I need in order to help reintegrate me. They can give me stable housing. We've already gotten a job set up. They can also provide me with transportation, and they can also give me positive services and support. I think in the outside world, I'll have better access to more individualized and consistent therapy and counseling starting day one. And I've already set up monthly meetings with my family pastor, and we've talked about having more if necessary. And I was at our transitions fair, and I talked to one of the representatives from NAMI, Minnesota, and she had mentioned the new online services for therapy, such as Teledoc and that kind of thing. So I feel that that is an area that really can support me and help me in this. Also, my family and my community provide me with high support and high challenge. And by that, I mean that I have an expectation that I will excel and make the space around me a better, safer, and healthier place. But also my support system and my family have incredibly high expectations and standards as well for me. And that challenge, I think, would be a very positive thing. And also, I feel like I'll be going to an environment where there is zero criminality. And the expectation of my family, and my mom can attest to this, is that there will continue to be zero criminality. And finally, I think I feel that I could have a larger, more positive impact in the world, in society. Part of my plan when I do get out is to reach out to at-risk youth through volunteer work, coaching, speaking at high schools, colleges, and juvenile detention centers. I'm a tutor in education, and most of the men that I teach started down this path either late in middle school or the start of high school. And I feel that if there's a chance to have a huge positive impact, that's the space where I need to be eventually.
So I'm hearing that you believe that the external support system that you have of both a level of accountability as well as support are the key reasons why you should be released directly from that facility to parole or to supervised release.
Yes, sir.
Let me flip this a little bit and ask you to describe the changes that you've made in yourself and what the indicators are in the setting you are that tells us you're ready to be released.
So I think part of the changes that I've had a chance to go through and experience have been, they range for everything from programming, like restorative justice, thinking for a change, becoming a tutor, doing dog program. I've been blessed with the opportunity to do a lot of the programs that have been offered here. And throughout the years, they've shown me that, with thinking for a change, that you have to think through your actions before, and reacting just out of emotions isn't healthy, and it's not necessarily positive. And that has really taught me how to kind of do a sense of conflict management in here, which I think would get me ready for the outside world. restorative justice has been huge for me in here because it has taught me how to become so much more aware of the impacts that my actions have on everybody around me, both positive and negative. And I also think one of the other big things is growing up and maturing around people that expect positive things for you has really had a huge impact on me because it's showed me almost a different path, but also that doing the right thing is a reward in and of itself, but also that you have to be a positive person in order for people to kind of want you to be around.
I want to just first, take time to acknowledge all of the work that you've done over the course of your time and the influence you've had. The one thing I want to ask about, though, is I want to ask about the discipline thing that happened in 2022. It's a couple of years old, but can you talk about that?
So the discipline in 2022 was, the end result was and actually I'll kind of rewind this back to the beginning of how everything happened. There was a shell shakedown happening in the unit, and my cellie had kind of started making some homemade alcohol, and we got searched. We ended up getting brought up to the watch center to get urine tested, and before I could ended up taking the urine analysis, I had to have a bowel movement, and I was scared that I was going to have that bowel movement while I was giving the UA. So I asked the guard if it was okay if I sat down on the toilet just in case, and he told me that it was okay. So I proceeded to give the UA, and eventually administration felt that because they didn't have a clear line of sight to the UA being provided, that I was interfering with securities procedures. And full disclosure, I should have asked better questions. That one is 100% on me, because even though I got told it was okay, there were different things, like I could have gone about that differently in order to make sure that didn't happen.
Thank you for that. You had some, and again, I want to acknowledge that this goes back. In 2015, there was some stuff around some contraband stuff was found. And one of the things that struck me about that was the kind of reference to the fact that in some of these instances, there's an element of peer pressure that gets referenced, or prison code, or things like that. That also then, when I go back to the description of the offense behavior, that also is a theme in the offense behavior side that operated out of some pressure and in particular some threats, and even in some of the disciplinary stuff, that there was some of the things you did was to avoid becoming a focus or feeling a bit of threat that may have existed, because if you didn't kind of just go along with this. Can you talk about that and your ability to manage difficult situations today, and what's the evidence that says that Clayton Keister is not as influenced by these types of things today?
No, that's a very good question. So when I've looked back on my life, I've found that, especially if we're going to, speaking about the crime that I committed that got me here, and also some of the instances that I've had with discipline, it truly was a fear of being the nail that sticks out. And I struggled with that for a really long time. However, I think about in 2017, I ended up getting a chance to be around a really positive person who began to teach me that standing on your own isn't terrifying. It's more terrifying letting other people kind of guide your course for you. And that really stuck with me. And it took me a couple of years to kind of start baby stepping into becoming comfortable with telling people no and having to deal with people being disappointed with you for a little bit, but then ultimately kind of forgetting about it because they had moved on to other things. And one of the big things that I realized, I want to say about 2019, was after you had told, especially in here, after I had told people, hey, that's not something I'm comfortable with, or simply that's not something I'm going to do, a lot of people just let it go, and that was the end of it. And that was a new experience for me. And that made it a little bit easier to continue doing that, and also feeling safe enough to tell people, hey, that's not something I'm going to be involved in, and that's not something I'm going to do. And I've had numerous opportunities to get involved in more of the criminal stuff, I think, that you would say in here. And to me, it was really easy to say no, because for me, when you have a purpose and you have a motivation, it makes making decisions really easy if it takes you off of that course.
Thank you for that. That's helpful. This will be my last question, at least at this time. But you made some reference when you talked to the psychologist about the fact that that you would find, or you find higher levels of structure beneficial in easing some of your transition back to the community. Which I appreciate a lot, but then I think about the fact that being released directly to parole home does not seem to be reflective of that higher level of structure that you might otherwise have. So explain that, kind of that sense of the desire to have structure, and the benefit you see in that on the one hand, and on the other hand, your desire to be released directly to supervised release or parole.
Yeah, sure. So part of my original, the initial reasoning for looking for that kind of higher structure that I was asking for is acknowledging that I have been in a closed custody level essentially since 2005. And the kind of regimented lifestyle that is what Rush City predominantly is, I've found a way to make that actually become a positive towards my life, because that structure provides kind of, I want to say, easier decisions when it comes to, at this time, hey, I'm going to work, and when I'm done with work, I'm going to go have lunch, and then when I'm done with lunch, I'm going back to work. After work's done, I'm going to go to the gym, and once that's done, we're going to go eat and figure out the rest of the night. That structure has been, I feel that it's been fairly positive for me, and part of the reason that especially in the psychologist report, that I had asked for kind of the ISR element is because that structure would be fairly similar to that. And I also know that, having talked to a couple guys who have gotten out and done ISR and either have completed their terms of parole or are almost done with it, the universal consensus is that ISR was a positive for them. And these are all guys that came in and had a fairly structured life, and they almost appreciated it in a sense. And I understand that the world is not structured and the world is really fast. And I understand that there's a lot of issues with the speed of life. And I also feel that having that highly structured element that would be ISR, I think could be a really net positive for me, especially allowing me to slowly get reintegrated into what the world is.
I'm going to just take a point of privilege to ask one more question. Just one of the things that you talk about, and I can appreciate the challenge and the difficulty with going back to and addressing the dynamics of your offending. But can you talk about your sense of responsibility as it relates to the offense itself? You know, and how that sits in terms of the perceived threat or whatever it was that caused you to do it. It's striking to me because, as I understood the case facts, that when you went into the store and did what you did, the gun that your co-defendant had had been fully discharged. Is that correct?
I think so. Honestly, at the time, I think at the time I don't know.
Okay. And so you went into the store and you did what you did. Explain to me what that was about.
So I vividly remember sitting, listening to the gunshots going off in the store and thinking that if he is shooting his parents, who he's known for 17 years, he's known me for 3. And if he can do that, then what can he do to me? And I think it was a acknowledgement in my brain that there was and like I said, because I don't know if at that time I don't know if his gun was empty, that I thought there was a chance that I could have died that day. And that doesn't justify what I did, and that doesn't make it okay. But I vividly remember knowing that if he could shoot his parents, he could shoot me as well.
Does it seem weird to you that to say that in light of the fact that the night before you and another person went to the house with those same guns, right?
Yes, sir. Looking back, yes, now it absolutely seems it doesn't make sense to me now. And it's hard to explain for me, like that, where mentally and emotionally what was going on then.
If you use you look at this through your 35 or 36-year-old eyes at life, what's the best way to describe what happened? Because you talked about the fact that you were a leader, that was your thing. You really, I think, were moving in that direction, all of that kind of stuff. When you look at that through the eyes today, how do you make sense of it? When you look at it through today's your eyes today.
So that's something I've struggled with for a really long time, because as somebody who's kind of grown up and matured, it's hard to reconcile my actions and the reasons why with kind of an adult way of thinking. And I think, and this is a hard thing to admit because it's a really harsh view on myself, but I think that, first of all, I was scared, and I let that fear take away some of my thinking. And instead of being a leader, I turned into a follower. And I was also incredibly naive because for a number of reasons, everywhere from thinking that some way, somehow I could control what was happening to a place where no one was going to get hurt and nobody was going to get in trouble, because the adult me would be running for help right away, because I can recognize now that I was in over my head and that I needed help and I needed somebody that could help me and keep this from happening, because ultimately my actions as 17-year-old me led to the deaths of two people that were good people. And that fear and naivety and not thinking things all the way through, and like one of the things we teach in restorative justice is to play the tape out and watch and see what the actual results look like of your actions. And if you're not okay with the results, you have to go find a different action. And I wish that was something I knew back then, because this is a different, what happened on October 8th doesn't happen.
That's helpful. I think the one thing that's what happened on November 8th or October 8th was also, I think, something that was a culmination of some discussion, right? And where did the guns come from?
They were my father's, sir.
So, when we think about what was at play, despite that kind of hope, that naive hope that you could control the situation, one of the first things, even prior to this happening, was the introduction of the guns was something that played a role. I would presume you would agree, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'm going to open it up for others who may have questions for Mr. Keister.
Well, I do, and it's just along the same lines of I'm trying to understand the events and your involvement and where you are now. And by the way, I think it sounds like you're doing a good job. You said, I think in your letter to us, that you got involved because you saw a threat directed toward my sister and didn't know how to deal with it.
Yes,
what
ma'am.
exactly was the threat, and how did you think murdering a person would help?
So the threat that, so what I heard was, I see your sister every day, and with everything that was going on, I took that as a threat. And again, it doesn't excuse what I did. It doesn't justify it. But with what I saw, that turned me from being somebody who was listening to somebody who became an active participant in what I did. And I tried to offset that by making it so that it looked like it happened, or it looked like this thing was happening, when I was desperately trying to make it so that Peter and Patty would be okay. And also that, and this is a little bit of that kind of juvenile mindset, but that nobody would get in trouble, like that everyone would be okay. And I think the more it progressed, the more I felt like I was losing control of what was going on, and it kept spiraling and it kept snowballing.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Several, if I may, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Keister, if I read it correctly, I think you said you have some familiarity with internal family systems?
A little bit. I've been literally just started reading a book on it.
Okay, well, so I've got some training in that. Some parts work, so you're doing some thinking about that there's different parts of you, right? Is the sort of the IFS thinking. You're not one thing. That we have a spirit or a center or a core or best self, and then you've got vulnerable parts and protective parts. And so you've just started on your own thinking about that, kind of how you're set up internally.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? So if you've done this thinking, so in the ways that, I mean, you've talked a little bit here about fear, having parts that carry fear, and we're frightened and we're scared, and the ways that you might protect yourself when you're in that state, right? Talked about a naive part, talked about a part that carries that sort of leadership, that control. So does that sound familiar to you in kind of your inner physics? And
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely,
okay.
It does.
And are you just doing that work by yourself, or is there any sort of coach or mental health?
It is by myself.
Okay, but you're liking that kind of work.
Yeah, 100%, because I've realized that was one of my weaknesses, and it was something that I needed to work on.
Well, what I would suggest is that the offense that got you where you are today, there were some parts driving that bus, right? And today, and so for you to, they're still there. They're older, right? But you still have that constellation. And I think as you move forward, whether that's parole, whether that's step down, wherever that is, that sort of self-understanding, that inner work, because all those young parts of you are still there, so that what drives your personal bus is your purpose and your core, right? So
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so just encourage you to continue to do that inner work, because I'm seeing a little bit of a parts party still, right? Of course, because you're under stress. And you'll be under stress in different situations. And so for you to, and it's not just being able to control. Controlling is a protective part, but it's really being able to come from that better self. I just want to encourage you to do that work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right on. Appreciate the fine work you've done. And I think this question maybe is a question towards both of you. Being an advocate of restorative justice, playing out the tape, sharing a lot of this inner systems, could you help me understand a little bit how that's worked with you and your support person? How has you and your mother addressed these issues? How have you confronted that whole question? The big question is why did this happen? What's been your experience, and what gives you encouragement that it's best to live with one another from here on out?
I'm gonna let my mom kind of answer this one right off the bat, and then
I hope
follow up.
both of you dialogue a little bit about it too, but I'm really eager to hear from both of you.
Oh, we have talked about this. You know, it's interesting because for the last nearly 20 years, my husband and I have determined that we will love and support and show, positively influence as best we can. And that's what we've been doing in every opportunity. So every chance we get to talk with Clayton Ross about life moving forward, how he's going to be, what caused, the blip and how he and Matt made these terrible decisions and what went on and how it can change. We've talked about it. We're pretty comfortable with our conversations. We're very comfortable about moving forward, setting down ground rules and helping him to achieve further on. We can't imagine what he went through back then, because as we went through it, we were shocked. So then, obviously, that led us to thinking, is he okay in the head? This seems like an awfully off-the-rails, bizarre behavior. And we have determined that, yes, he is okay in the head. He's had, psych evals, and he's spoken with other people, and he's working through it. We're working through it. It's a work in progress. He's obviously been raised by the system, but somehow he's managed to work his way through the system and find good people that have had healthy influences on him besides his family.
So I know for me, some of the hardest conversations that I've had to have with my mom, my dad, my sister have been not only the crime that I did to get myself here, but also these slip-ups that I've had since I've been in here, and having to take accountability and own my choices. And I know for me, there's going back to a little bit of the family structure things, there's fear in that, and fear in disappointing the people who care about me and who have stood by me and supported me for all these years. But also, I know that without them, I'm a different person than I am today. And so much of the forgiveness and showing me a lot of what kind of I call it the pro-social behavior that I don't get to see a lot of in here, seeing what that looks like and seeing what healthy relationships look like demonstrated by my mom and my dad, by my sister and my brother-in-law, and the stuff like that they've shared. And I know one of my nephews and my niece are there, and my sister telling me that you need to be a good person because you have a responsibility to your nieces and nephews. It's I kind of go back to and I've been harping on mom and dad about high support and high challenge for probably a couple months now. But because they give me so much support, I also fully expect that they're going to have high expectations and they're going to have high challenges for me. And I know that a lot of the stuff that I have gone through, they've also gone through with me. And so if we talk about restorative justice, one of the things we always teach is the web of relationships and how my actions impact not just me, not just my immediate circle, but also that ripple effect that just keeps expanding. And I'm very aware of that now. And I wish I would have been more aware of that when I was younger.
I think if Clayton Ross can tell you the story that happened in visiting when his nephew came up to visit, he was 5 years old at the time, and my daughter and I and the 2 or 3 kids were sitting across from him, and Henry, the 5-year-old, sitting on Clayton Ross's lap, said, "Uncle, why did you kill someone?"
that was the hardest conversation that I've ever had to have, because not only did I have to pull all of that out of who I was, but I also had to find a way to make it A, age appropriate, because Henry's 5, and B, to turn it into a learning lesson and one of those little things that I could use to teach my nephew, who trusted me enough to ask me that. But, and my mom and my sister could tell you the look of probable pure panic that was on my face when I had to answer that. And I think at my PRT meeting, our associate warden had asked me, like, how is it, like, how do you do talking about the crime that got you here? And having to explain that to a 5-year-old, and I'm going to have to explain that to a now 4-year-old and a 2-year-old when they all grow up. Like, I'm going to have to do that. And being able to hopefully take the things that I've gone through and learned and turn that into a teaching lesson and a teaching point for my family. I don't want to say that I'm looking forward to that, but it's something that I know is going to happen.
Can I just ask, what exactly did you say?
I think it went, and I was in a full panic mode, like full disclosure. I think it was something that, why did you kill them? I told him that I was scared and I didn't think for myself, and I think I might have said I broke the law. And when you break the rules, you have to get punished. Something like that.
You said I was scared and I should have asked for help. And I can't remember then what he said, but he said, and Clayton Ross said, and when you kill someone, they're dead. They don't come back. Yep. And Henry said, that's right, because when you go to sleep, you wake up, but not when you're dead. And then he said, Henry, he said, Uncle, can you draw an airplane? Yep. So in his mind, the question had been answered correctly, and we moved on. It was pretty heartbreaking to sit through.
And that, I know that question impacted me for days.
If I may follow up, I applaud the way this has been done. A lesson I've learned with restorative justice, or it comes back to me again and again, I have to do it myself, but I can't do it alone.
Yep.
Who is your family? What are the resources for you and your family to continue this positive discussion when those new challenges come up that I believe are going to be available?
So
who else does the family go to? Who else does the family invite to participate in these discussions?
I'll answer for me, and then I'm also, if you guys are okay with it, I'd kind of like to give Mom a chance to input on that as well.
I think both are important.
Perfect. So I know for me, I have a couple different people in my life that I'm consistently in contact with, from people who do restorative practices and teach and have made me not just a better person, but also a better teacher, to one of my closest friends, Sean. He got out of the Marine Corps, went to University of Southern California, got his college degree, is now working in Utah. Him and his wife, Paige, just had a baby, and I'm involved with them. I'm involved with them often. And Sean is somebody that I talk to routinely and bounce things off of him all of the time. Like, he's one of the people that I've talked to about kind of what his life looked like after he transitioned out of the military. He's working on getting me in touch with a couple different people who have really successfully transitioned out of the military and that really highly structured life. I've reached out to we just had our transitions fair where I was able to reach out to groups like the Salvation Army, Legal Revolution, Emerge Minnesota, Begin Anew, and Amicus group. I'm actually currently just started talking to a peer recovery person out of Begin Anew and kind of starting to see what reintegration looks like. I've been talking to, there's a guy out of Recovery Community Network named Sean Parch, and he and I have been talking for over a year now about kind of some of the struggles that he's had with his lifers as they've started to reintegrate. So I also know that, especially with my family and their networks, that when I have problems that I can reach out and collectively they'll be able to find me somebody that can give me quality advice. And one of the things that I say all the time is, if you want to go fast, go by yourself. But if you want to go far, you go together. Go.
Well, for our family systems, when we need help, first of all, obviously we go to our we go to our pastor. We have a strong faith, strong value in our church. We have an extensive support system. My husband is an avid, fisherman, hunterman, businessman. He has different networks. I have different networks, and somehow we have figured out how to navigate the systems so that it works for all of us. My daughter has her PhD. She has differing venues. So we pretty much have a gamut of the elderly and the young, and we can fill in the gap in between. And we're a pretty forthright family. Since we've had crisis, we pretty much, if we feel like somebody's taken a sideways step, we're kind of in your face.
Oh, yeah.
Once you've been through a crisis, you learn.
I think one of the other things that I really want to input on that is when I made my choices on October 8th, my mom and dad and sister didn't know what was going on. And because of that, I feel, and mom can input on this, but I feel like that communication, that part of it's key, kind of building on what she said, if there's any hesitation or if there's any part of an issue, we talk about it. And it's a really objective, kind of brutally honest, hey, here's what's going on, here's the issue, how are we going to address this as a family, and how do we move forward with this? And as I've gotten older, I've found that it's a really positive thing for me.
One more question, if I may. I applaud and eager to hear more about your tutoring and working with youth. I'd be interested in what you learned from your experience with your co-defender that you'd like to teach to youth.
So
I think others are going to be in that same situation. What lessons have you learned that you want to teach?
So, and I have to give credit for the person that first told me this one. His name's Jermaine Ferguson. But one of the things, and we talk about this one in restorative justice all the time, is there is 84,600 seconds in a day, and what you pay attention to and what you talk about and what you invest in is incredibly important. And you have to be aware of that because you don't get time back. But the other thing that I especially talk about is the importance of a 1 second decision. And it only takes 1 second for your life to entirely go differently, not just negatively, but also positively. But you have to be aware of what those 1 seconds are. And another one of the things that I really, really believe in, and I kind of preach this one at the guys that I tutor all the time, is you have to train your responses. And that kind of builds on one of the things that we had always talked about with Thinking for a Change is your reactions can be taught. And you can teach that even when you're angry, that you can think through a problem and you don't just have to react, and it doesn't have to get violent right out the bat, and you can express yourself. But the train your responses kind of goes back to one of the things that my dad had taught me a long time ago, which is you have to practice the way that you play. And as I've gotten older, I've learned that I've learned that I don't rise to the levels of my hopes. I fall to the levels of what I've gotten ready for. And so you have to be ready for kind of the waves that are going to come in life, because the waves are going to happen. And to be aware that that is going to be a thing, I really do think can help. But also, one of the other things that I tell my guys in class all the time is it's okay to reach out for help. And it doesn't make you less of a man. It doesn't make you scared. Like, talking to people, when you're going through something new, you don't have a frame of reference. But if you can find somebody who's gone through it, they have a frame of reference. And if they have a frame of reference, you're not just doing this by yourself. You might have somebody who can pull you through it.
Thank you.
Other questions people have? Mr. Keister, I just want to give I know she's had a chance to answer some questions here, but I want to give your mom a chance to speak more generally to what her thoughts are and the changes she's seen over the course of time.
Well, I don't even know where to start or what to say, but I will say that, my husband and I were talking about this last night on how these last near 20 years and he said it best. He said it's surreal. It's just surreal that we're now at this point. And we talked about, how well Clayton Ross has navigated the system. He figured out how to live in a situation that I'm not certain a lot of people could, and live in it and still progress and still mature.
Prosper even.
Yeah, he lived with Santos for years, and suddenly he was nearly fluent in Spanish. I mean, there were a lot of positives that came out of this that we never would have anticipated, expected. So, on the one hand, we're very proud of his success inside the prison system. On the other hand, where do we go now? How does our future look now? And we're excited and anticipating what Clayton Ross is going to do with the rest of his life. So I guess that's where I'd really hang my cap.
Thank you. Mr. Keiser, I just have one more question. And this is one that's difficult to answer, but for you. But I wonder what your thoughts are on the fact that there may be people who have different experiences or different thoughts around what the sentence was, right? There were 2 deaths here. They were served. Sentences were imposed concurrently, what would you say to people who would say, like, you haven't? This is not justice.
I understand that. And I think I referenced this earlier, but one of the things that I struggle with, and my mom and I have had this conversation, my dad and I have had this conversation, is with what I did, ultimately, Peter and Patty died because of my actions, and I had such a huge impact on the remaining parts of the Niedere family, and I'm very aware of that now. And so I struggle with that, but also I have there is a sense of accountability for me and responsibility to make sure that not only I live a life that kind of honors them, but also that my actions go to show that what I did on October 8th was not who I am. And to make sure that the things that I do and the character that I have is not who I was in the 2 weeks leading up to October 8th and October 8th. And I also acknowledge that, I 100% acknowledge that there's a bit of validity to the idea that justice hasn't been served. And I understand that. But I also do feel that and this one's going to be a little bit weird, but that you can take a measure of a person by what their actions in totality are. And I understand that I'm always going to be judged based on what I did. And I understand that. And that's valid and fair. And I don't really know how to kind of argue against the entire justice hasn't been served. I really don't.
Thank you. Thanks for that. At this time, I'm going to go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Andrew.
I apologize, Commissioner. I did have one question for Mr. Keister. So as I looked through your packet and in the letter that you provided to the board, so I'm struck by something, and I'm just kind of hoping that you can kind of help me to wrap my head around it a little bit. So within your letter, and I want to make sure I'm understanding things correctly. So were you planning to enroll in the Air Force upon graduation?
College, yes, sir.
Okay, all right. So one of the things that I'm struck by is, so you reference kind of these plans to join the Air Force, and then also there's reference to how when you were in high school you were very aware or reluctant to dabble much in substance use because of the impact that could have on your ability to play sports and pursue a pilot's license, that sort of thing. So there's an awareness of the potential consequences of action in that regard. So help me understand how in there's an awareness on that regard, but yet the taking of someone's life, there doesn't appear to be the awareness in that moment. So can you help me understand that a little bit?
No, absolutely. That's a good question. So I think for me it was, and again, this doesn't justify anything, but a little bit of naivety of, okay, hey, this isn't going to happen. And that trying to keep things kind of from spiraling out of control. And like, I vividly remember thinking that this isn't going to be a thing, and reality should set in, and it not happening, and trying to figure out like how do I get out of this situation safely after I shot. And that is one of the things that I struggle with, because like I can think about this part of the long-term stuff, but when it came to this, I was blindsided by it, and I don't understand that from a 17-year-old perspective. And I kind of think goes back to a little bit of what I referenced about not having any framework to base anything on, and obviously knowing, hey, like this is wrong, but I think it was that childlike mindset of trying to control this thing where everyone's going to make it home okay and nobody's going to get in trouble. And then it's spiraling out of control for me.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion. During board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. And so with that, I would just turn it over to board members for thoughts or ideas around next steps or what we might be looking at here.
It might be my note taking, but I had written in my notes after reading his packet that he wanted Lino Lakes and the CFA program and pursue education. So I understand parole would be the case, but I thought that's, does that sound, people are nodding like that was what he had written. That I thought sounded like a real solid step.
I agree. I think no parole is where I'm at. And I think beginning to do something like that might be helpful. I think he does have a little bit of work to do.
And in education, I think really, I mean, he's clearly pretty academically solid, I would guess, and I think he should get his own PhD.
Other thoughts?
I agree. So if I understand we're moving towards a proposal of no parole at this point. But certainly, how can we encourage step downs and further engagement? Or where's the best spot to continue and enhance the road he's on and the path that he's taken and the motivation he's got? Smarts that he's gotten, the support that he has, working that has to be complemented, sustained, advanced.
I mean, I think, if a reduction in custody level is a next step, would be if PFA is Lino, if that's on the docket. Education, higher education opportunities would exist at Lino on a bit more limited basis. We're trying to, because it's our heavily treatment site, but we do offer some higher ed there. Faribault is probably the place that will be the biggest amount of opportunity by way of post-secondary education, but they don't have PFA, so PFA would be at Lino.
Would he have any kind of choice in that?
I mean, he could. We could provide some guidance and allow him to have some conversations with his team. There are some limitations because we may have some things around different classification factors that we have to address. But we can have the teams work with him and do some of that assessment.
I think you said, Chris, and then any opportunity for further emotional work. He does talk a lot about understanding. His thinking brain is very. I'm sorry to be talking about you in front of you, but it's always awkward. But I think more emotional intelligence. Triggers and what you do when you're afraid and all that.
So I'm just going to ask people to speak louder.
Yeah. So any kind of opportunity to do any of that mental emotional health work.
Identify those pieces and how do they click. Mm-hmm. And I hope that can also happen with those major support persons in his life. I mean, we're talking a lot of pieces and a lot of interactions. And I just have a strong bias to do that more as a unit, the me, we type stuff. And the we is very strong there. And what opportunities are there in the system for for the families to work together.
Yeah, it's more challenging.
Yeah. Or
but it is
more
something
challenging, more productive, I believe. So,
yeah. We can work with them. I mean, so I'm hearing that no parole at this time, but what are we looking at for? Does anybody have a sense of how long it should be? I mean, PFA is going to be a solid year plus, and you don't start that just tomorrow. So, I'll just speaking for myself. I do have some concern about qualified accountability, not just in the crime, but I think even in some behaviors that existed over the course of time, there was qualified accountability for his actions, and I'm concerned about that, and part of that is I think especially in light of I'm glad we're talking about stepping him down. I agree that's critical. That moving him to medium custody is important so that he gets that chance to move, being in a different kind of environment, one that I'm confident he'll see as pretty different, very different than Rush City. But that sense of qualified accountability concerns me.
I would agree with the commissioner. What I was troubled by is this wasn't just a spur of the moment thing. And I'm not sure the insight is there to understand, for him to understand how we know that he had this friendship, he knew these people, and yet for 2 weeks they were involved in this plan. And I don't hear an explanation or insight on his part as to how that happened. He's kind of dismissive, but he just doesn't quite understand that either. And I think that the psychologist, Dr. Bjorky, mentions this pattern as being concerning to his risk of future violence. So that's the piece I'm struggling with. I think he's done a lot in prison, a lot of programming, but what's been internalized and how has that been demonstrated? And we really heard that here today. I don't think I have.
I agree.
I would.
Go ahead.
I apologize. I would agree with Commissioner Chanel and Cheryl's concern. I kind of, that's a little bit where I'm at too. I would like to see some additional, maybe a deeper dig into like what was really going on. I didn't get the sense that, I think there's still more room for growth there. I mean, I think we heard kind of a variety of different factors, whether it was fearful for my sister's safety, fearful for my own safety. I don't know. I'm just, I think Commissioner Chanel used the term qualified accountability, and that's a little bit where I struggle as well. Is I feel that there is a little bit of there is some of that, and I'm struggling a little bit with that. So I would certainly like to see some growth in those areas. I'm certainly not averse to kind of some sort of a step down process and initiating that. I'm certainly in favor of that.
I may be missing this, but when I heard him and when I reviewed the file, I didn't see a strong faith component or his leaning toward faith. I heard his mother say that she's involved in the church. But I want to make sure that PFA isn't just another program. That it really, would have an impact. And I think if you just go through it for the programming, it's not going to give you that insight. So I'm not sure he's ready for it right now.
I think the biggest factor, and I hear all of us saying it, is that emotional intelligence. I mean, I felt like he was sort of rationalizing all the way through.
Where that came were the words, I had no response when I was out of control. And I think emotions are part of that, along with the rest of those systems that we find inside of us. And I guess that's what I'd be looking for is what are the responses when a downward spiral or you're caught in the waves. And how is that available? Where is that going to be available in a program here? I'm not familiar with the PF.
Prison Fellowship Academy.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with that or how that addresses it. Certainly one response.
I think the question is how long before we review. I think that's what we need to address.
That academy, it'd be 12, 18 months before that would be completed,
Yes.
if I'm understanding right?
And that would be following a transfer and, just when the cohorts start, just to be, that could be part of it. I think you're talking about a 3-year continuance probably is realistic. Just because it could take us, 3-4 months, 3 months to get transfer kind of initiated depending upon bed availability and those sorts of things. And then I think, we can certainly expedite or put him on the top of the list for PFA. So it's not like, he's going to be pushed down in terms of waiting for it. So we can move that up and get him just apply. We can, once that happens, we can make sure that he is reviewed and considered right away. But I think it's going to be tough if we're talking about, 12 to 18 months. It could be easily 24 months before, he's all even done with the core program. And then there's a little bit of an after program. I can't remember exactly.
And I don't know how much other time you have when you're in PFA if you were pursuing education.
There is the opportunity there. They can do, start doing education where they do an evening class or something like that, probably one evening a week or 2 evenings a week. But there's a lot of, PFA does provide, full day and into evening programming too. The one other advantage to PFA is it does have a strong community component where there's a lot of people from the outside who come in and are actively engaged in that. So
I would make a motion to continue for 3 years, to do step down, to privilege PFA and education opportunities.
all right. There's a motion and there's a second from Mr. Struford. Any further discussion about this? All right, so this would be the denial of parole with a continuance of 3 years with, a look at the PFA education. And I think what I'm hearing really loud and clear is a lot more of this work around some of the emotional side, the emotional intelligence, insight gathering, processing, pulling together those pieces. I think is what I've been hearing is, what are all of these pieces if you go forward. And I would just strongly encourage, that there would be a connection back with behavioral health. And I applaud Mr. Keister for being willing and readily seeking that out when that's been necessary. But in this case, just even presumptively just to start having some of those conversations. The other thing I would just add, as long as we're just talking about some of this, is just I also appreciate the fact that Mr. Keister has a female friend that this may would like to see develop into something, and certainly we don't want to push against that. At the same time, want to make sure that as because he has not had the kind of been in the environment, that kind of stuff, to think about how it is and to maybe talk with behavioral health and others where that may be able to be obtained what is that like having relationships, given the reality of his experience for the last nearly 20 years. Just be a recommendation. And finally, just that there would be no, that he would remain discipline-free would be one of the other factors. So we have a motion and a second. I think you have most of those things captured. With that, we'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstad.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. The one thing I just, for the board's sake, that one of the things that's required in the statute that we've been trying to do some clarification on is providing at least some basic kind of high-level rationale for the denial of parole. And what I've been hearing is that need for additional programming and insight gain is the largest thing. I would also just say that one of the things for me was, just also some of the victim-related concerns, as well as the position of the county attorney's office, which did speak to the fact that they did take into account age and took a part of this. So those were just some of the things that I would note that, as part of that. So with that, Mr. Keister, I think you have heard us take this action. I know that there may be a sense or a desire or an experience of feeling disappointed, and I can understand that. But I also hope that while we focus here on the things that we believe will increase your likelihood of being released as you go forward, that you don't lose sight of the fact that we also see and want to acknowledge a lot of the positive work that you are doing and have been doing, and the influence that you have been on others. So we would certainly hope and expect that you're going to continue that. But I also do look forward to hearing about your experience at lower custody. Just talking to many of the people who have been in your position, that's going to be a big and I think a very positive change. And I look forward to hearing from you how that goes. Plus, I think it's going to get you closer to your family by way of visiting. Is I think another benefit. So that's positive. So keep up the good work, and I'll probably be seeing you at some point in time at Atlanta. All right. Take care. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right. Where are we going next? Stillwater. So we'll be going to Stillwater here next.
Yeah, and Niedere, sorry. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go ahead.
Glad you asked.
We'll just take a quick 5-minute here so that people can do what they need to do.
Mr. Niedere will be with you shortly. We're just taking a short 5-minute break.
Okay.
I'm sorry today. Miss Frost, your name again.
Pardon me?
They're talking in their room.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So they're taking a break right now, and for those of you who are wondering, this isn't live. This is a hearing from back in October 22nd. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to catch one of these live. I think they only hold them like once or twice a month, and it's a little bit harder for me to jump onto these live streams. But luckily they keep them up. So I'm going in reverse order, to put these up. I started up last week, and we went through the ones in December and November. Now we're going into October. In October they had 2 hearings, so that's where we're at right now. this next case coming up, I just did a Google search on it, and it looks like it reads 2 sentences for unaliving. Oh, what the what? Damn, that fool was 18 years old. So, and he was supposed to be able to go in front of the parole board in 30 years. So, and this was back in 2006. So obviously something's changed, you know, within the last 18 years. So let me see. I'm gonna add this information to the video here, just in case anybody wants to look it up. Just go into the details of the video and let me see where the hell it is. Okay, I'm adding it right there. I'm gonna try to bring it up to up on the screen shortly. And let me see. Oops, went the wrong way. Let me see what else I could find out about these. Okay, let's see here. I'm gonna put it up on the screen here, or try to at least. Let me see here. Window, Google Chrome, YouTube. Is it this one? Nope, that's not it. It's details. Okay. Oh, it's blank. All right, there. So this looks like the next gentleman that's coming up, Matthew Jacob. He was born in 1988, January 28th, 1988, and he's been incarcerated since March 17, 2006. He's currently located at MCF Moose Lake, and he got sentenced March 15, 2006, life. And it says, let me see, so life, yeah, expiration day, life. That's kind of cool. They put their pictures up on the website. So let me go ahead and switch this off and pull up a news article. Oh, there we go. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna save this picture and add it to the stream here. Download. Paste. Oops. Okay, so the desktop. Image. Desktop. So I'll try to add this picture to the background. Let me check if I can locate it. I think I put it on my desktop, but you know, sometimes these things don't work out as I expected to. But I got it. Also looks like he's sitting over there in the background.
Papa,
See, Mom.
I now gonna have a store. We got some flavor. We got melon flavor. We got strawberry flavor.
Can I get un melón?
And
Melón
we got
flavor.
cranberry.
Me gusta melón.
Flavor, and we got purple grape. And we got blue. What color do we want? Blue, plain, purple, cyan.
Quiero melón, por favor.
And what color is it?
Melón is orange, naranjado.
Oh, sorry. We don't have no orange, but this It tastes like melon.
Okay, me das melón, por favor.
Okay, what color do you want? We got
Purple
okay, purple.
or blue?
Okay, we need to pick one color.
Dame azul.
Okay.
Azul, okay.
Can we write that?
All right. So that was my daughter. She just, walked in. And she sidetracked me, but let me, oh, this is too much for me to read. I can't do all of this. What the what? Oh, hell nah. Let me see. Okay, so let me see. Hastings team pleads guilty to parents unaliving. Damn. Let me see. The Hastings teenager accused of murdering his parents at their auto glass shop last October pleaded guilty Monday to 2 counts of first-degree unaliving while attempting aggravated robbery. Matthew Niedere, 18, was charged last fall for the October 8th pew of his parents, Peter and Patricia Niedere, at Gordy's Auto Glass. Niedere pleaded guilty Monday after his defense team reached a plea agreement with the prosecutors, meaning Niedere most likely will serve a life sentence with the possibility of parole. Okay, let me go ahead and move this picture off of here. Image. Here we go, and let me move it over here. And his face is cut off. What's up? And let me read this.
Can you,
No.
sir, can you hear me?
No, they
Yes, I can.
Okay. Can you pronounce your last name for me, please?
What was that?
Is your
I'm sorry.
last name pronounced Niedere?
Yep, Niedere.
All right, thank you very much. So we're here today to review Mr. Matthew Niedere, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Mr. Niedere also has an advocate present by video, Ms. Kelly Loken. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, Mr. Paul Schnell, seated to my left. Along with the other board members, we have Andrew Larson. He is on video today, and here at Central Office, Member Christine Bray, Member Cheryl Ramstead, Member Jody Nelson, and Member Don Strufert. On October 8th of 2005 in Dakota County, Hastings, Minnesota, Matthew Niedere and an accomplice, Clayton Keister, drove to Matt's parents' place of business and shot them. They had planned this event over 2 weeks. This was a backup plan, as the first plan was to have some of his friends enter his home and kill his parents and make it look like a burglary. Matthew was hoping to get a large amount of money from his parents' estate. On March 15th of 2006, Matthew was sentenced to 2 counts of first-degree murder while attempting to commit aggravated robbery in Dakota County District Court. Both 30-year minimum sentences are to be served concurrent. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Niedere has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 19 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date was originally October 11th of 2035, but given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, his eligible date to be considered for release is now October 10th of 2020. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Niedere. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I'd like to start by asking you to explain to us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Well, at the most basic, I would like to be put on a path for release. I would ask in more detail that to take my the last year that I've been in the Atlantis Treatment Center and the strictness to acknowledge that and grant me parole. And I understand that it takes about 60 to 90 days for the paperwork to be processed. And during that time, I would ask to be transferred to the farm here since it's at the facility, or to the Lino Lakes minimum, since there are other gentlemen there that have been part of my support system that could help center me and, you know, get me out in a positive way. If I'm granted parole, I would ask the ability to transfer my parole to Kentucky to live with Kelly Loken, my mother figure, who has been my primary support for over 18 years now. She lives in a house that's, like I said, is fully paid for, has access to a car that is fully paid for, like just close to my all my support. I believe that just being out of the state and out of my county of commit, with it being so small and the area so small, just running into my victims or friends of my victims, that it just could trigger them in a very negative way. And just knowing that I'm out of the state could give them a little more comfort. If a traditional phase out is asked, I would ask to be transferred to the Moose Lake facility, where I also have a lot of support, internal support of guys that have moved on there. Could become a mental health mentor up there again, or a treatment mentor. I could take the certified test for the peer recovery specialist for the training I completed last month. And that's just what I'm asking.
Thank you for that. First, let me ask this question. Who are your victims?
My victims are my parents, Peter and Patricia Niedere.
I asked just because you referred to them kind of separately than as, you know, as your parents or your family.
Yeah.
So tell us, like, what you've learned, what insights you've gained into how it was that you could be involved in planning and carrying out the murders of your parents.
I was in a very dark, bad place. I was so angry. I was entitled. Yes, there were influences, but I can never blame any influences, because people are influenced all the time and they don't choose and do what I've done. I don't know. I was an evil. I did evil. I, at the time, could not see and think a path forward. And I was weak and just gave in to my worst thoughts, my worst beliefs, my worst feelings. And yeah.
Would anybody around you, other than the people who were involved, would they have reasonably expected you to be involved in behavior or conduct like this?
I don't believe so. I don't believe anyone would, because I did play a pretty. There was almost facade but deep inside, with what I was doing, with the trouble I was in, that just on the surface kind of looked like, just normal adolescence, bad grades, some drinking, some smoking weed. It was almost, boys will be boys, but deep down it's like something was going to happen, and this this is what came out of it, and yeah, I don't. Yeah, it just.
You talked about and shared that in your assessment that you became active with STGs, gangs for plain language.
Yes,
when you arrived there, what was that about for you?
when I first got to St. Cloud and the first gang that I joined and got in with, a lot of it was coming in at 18, living a kind of sheltered life. I tried to hang out with a lot of the older inmates that were more hardened, that were, had been in a couple times or had been in a while, and just kind of try to find my way with, I don't want to say a family, but just, it's not, part of it was not to be taken victim of, but I still chose to do this and go in to live that type of lifestyle just so I could belong to somebody. I've learned that I have been codependent for much of my life, and I found my identity through other people, and I chose to pick that identity of more of the, like you said, the STG and the gang lifestyle.
And eventually that you became a leader in a different group, right?
Yes, sir.
And then that kind of fell apart, and I appreciated your description of kind of the change stuff you saw. I want to go back to that earlier question I asked. Just if somebody were to ask you why you did what you did back on October 8th of 2005 or 6, whatever year that was, what would you say to them? I mean, in all honesty,
yep.
Take the varnish off of it. What are the reasons?
I wanted what I considered freedom. I wanted to be free of, at the time, how I saw the authoritarian of how my parents raised me. And I wanted to live the lifestyle that I wanted to live and not have to work for it, and to live off of their workings and what they've done and what they built. And I want to be, quote unquote, a twisted version of freedom from that.
Okay. I'm going to open it up to other questions that people may have. Mr. Niedere?
You've been involved, the STGs, an assortment of different, I would say, spiritual or religious programs. How have these programs been able to, say, illuminate or give some light and maybe even some change to that deep level of, you identified it as codependency, you identified it as evil. What's happened there? Or how has that interacted with where you've been engaged, where your commitments have gone?
When I was part of the second STG, and as I've described of how bad it went, it really was a rock bottom moment when I was in segregation all alone and having to rebuild everything. And that's when I really started doing some soul searching and looking deep. And it wasn't until a few years after that I was in one of the programming where I was in a program where we did a book, and I really started to notice it about my codependency and how it influenced me, how it turned me to bad, or turned me focusing on, the people with power. And I actually changed the codependency from that at first and was codependent on a lot of the more positive peers in my area at first. And then I started just to wean myself off of that through religious practices and reading on myself and learning my own knowledge and having them conversations with guys that I was codependent before and was okay with arguing respectfully and disagreeing with them and standing on what I believed, what I thought, and not just being, oh, that's your point of view. I agree with you. I learned that really discussion was okay, and that we don't have to agree, and we can still have a friendship, that we can still communicate and have respect for each other. And that came from a lot of the programs I took, where we would have great discussions and disagreements, but nobody's yelling, nobody's fighting, nobody's just agreeing to agree. It really taught me to trust in my own voice.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Niedere, you talked about when you were 17 being in a very dark place. And I'm just wondering that if you can think about that 17-year-old and what might have contributed to being in such a dark place. And I'm wondering about, you also mentioned, the importance of belonging and the importance of identity. And I'm just wondering if not belonging and wondering about your identity, that 17-year-old, if that contributed to that dark place.
I believe it did. I've looked into abandonment issues that led to some of the codependency, and I didn't get good grades. Early on in middle school, really started to get bad grades, and that's when depression started to come, and really that's when my behavior really started to go down, where it was never with the legal system, but it was within the family structure where I'm grounded most of the time. And I'm getting bad grades, like I said, I'm not doing my homework, and the anxiety of knowing that punishment's coming because I'm not doing my homework led to the depression, and going sadly from girlfriend to girlfriend and breaking hearts and doing that and just being a bad person just spiraled me deeper and darker. And it got worse in high school. Got worse when I transferred to a different high school. And then it started to grow up, just started being stuck between the adolescence and almost an adult, being lost on my direction. Yeah, all that led into me going into a dark place.
Thank you.
Mr. Niedere, can you talk to us about what the essence of the treatise you kind of wrote on a juvenile's life to live? Tell us about that. What's the essence? What's the hypothesis? What's the central theme?
I wrote it when they were working this, when they were trying to pass this legislation the year before for a juvenile restructuring a group, advocate group. I wrote it for pretty much a biblical view of the difference between adults and children and why it is biblically acceptable for that children or youth are different than adults in the Bible, viewed differently in the Bible, so they should be given they should not be given the same sentences as adults. But then but not just there. Really, it was started with the death penalty, that youth should not be sentenced to death. But then on top of it, they should not be given the same sentences as adults. But to not just stop there, it was, okay. In it, I wrote one sentence was whether you believe in short prison sentences or long prison sentences. I wasn't there to debate that. What are we going to do with the youth once they are sentenced? And I wrote on how I had written at that time, it's way well above now. At that time was like 75 different letters to pastors, denominations, professors for guidance, for a mentor type, for a spiritual mentor. And for the most part, I was found lacking. So it was one of the things where, what do we do with these youth? And it was a call to clergy and to Christians to visit children that are in facilities, youth that are in facilities. And I have a quote in it because it talked about, in a book that I read, excuse me one second. Because it talked about how visits from clergy lowered the rate of reconviction by 24%. And it is quoted from a book called Why Black Lives Matter, Mass Incarceration and Mental Illness, that was edited by Anthony Bradley. The original quote was from a Natalie Haslam, and she quoted from a study that in the past was done by the Minnesota Department of Corrections. That not only does visiting lower recidivism, but specifically visitation by clergy was especially effective. And it was just a call for, hey, what are we going to do? What are we going to do with these kids? Or what are we going to do with people in prison in general? And it really pushed me to. So that's the essence of the paper.
What should have happened with you? Should something different have happened with you?
In which way? Like in my sentence?
In your sentence. In terms of that.
I still struggle to this day. Part of me thinking I still deserve the death penalty. I still struggle with it because of what I've done. And at the end of the day, I took a plea for this life sentence. And again, I'm struggling with this. Part of me is still struggling with this new legislation. As with
What's the struggle? What's the struggle?
Knowing that I have the chance to get out earlier than what I pled to. I'm still torn with the sentencing, with the new, I just know there's a lot that I want to do that this new legislation affords me.
Can you talk about your release, or your sense of your release plan and how solid you think it is?
Well, I know the biggest thing is with Kelly Loken being, yeah, she's a mother figure to me, but for all purposes, she's technically still just a friend. So I know that's a big hill to climb on an interstate transfer of parole to Kentucky. But I know she had tried to adopt me, but since I was over 18, it was harder. It just didn't work with the courts. I've looked at some of the job boards down in her area, seeing what is there, because I know the Sonic in town is always hiring. Same with the AutoZone, and in a town about 18 miles away, there's factory Aerotech that needs forklift drivers all the time and machine operators. And I know I could get any of those jobs. But like the solidity, that's the biggest thing is getting there. And I understand I might have to really be released here and go to a halfway house here and then work some of the things with the deed to be able to get there. As my release plan for up here, I would ask to transfer the parole to Hennepin County first. I have some volunteers from a volunteer from Prison Fellowship Academy that's also a mentor at Freedom Works, because I'd asked to go to Freedom Works and utilize a lot of their services that they have. Like I know once I'm certified as a peer recovery specialist, understand that the Minnesota Recovery Connection is willing to hire a lot of us. And some of those are recovery community organizations.
Anybody else have questions for?
Yeah, I have one, because I'm still just trying to understand, and I'm thinking about someday you'll get out. And how are you going to ask for help? You made a statement to the psychologist that said, quote, you almost begged for help trying to figure it out. And I've wondered, what did that mean to you? Who did you talk to? Or
it was a long time going, it was years. Like when I came to my parents the first time, when I said I was depressed, and they sent me to my pastor, who I didn't really relate to. And I've then, closer to my crime, I reached out to my co-defendant. He was my best friend. He was on our school's peer support team. And he was there to help, and I corrupted him, and I wouldn't take any advice from anybody. So I almost begged for help, but when it was given, when it was offered, I didn't take it. And it's one thing that I've learned big in here is to ask for help. And not just ask for help, but to ask for help from the right people. The people, the people with the integrity, and not just ask, but then accept it when it's offered to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Niedere, one last question. Did you review the comprehensive risk assessment?
I did.
What was your reaction to the moderate risk determination?
Right off the bat, I was a little confused, a little surprised that it's a moderate, but really looking at it, understanding my crime of commit and the fact that I have fought while in prison and I have been associates in parts of people that did not live by the normal rules that people live by, not by law, not by society, not by DOC policy. And once I really chewed on that in my past, I can't expect the last 10 years of how I lived in prison to just wipe away what I've done before that in my past.
Thank you. I'm going to just turn to Ms. Loken. Thank you so much for being here and participating and providing support to Mr. Niedere. I just want to open it up to you to kind of talk a little bit about some of the changes you've seen in Mr. Niedere over the course of time that you've known him. I think we're muted. There you go.
There. Yeah. I didn't know Matt prior to his incarceration. So the changes that I have seen have been since, well, he wasn't even sentenced yet. So since he was in Hastings to now. And I mean, there's no comparison. Some of the things I would highlight, I think, would be just his personal responsibility that he has taken. He has gone out of his way, I think, almost his pendulum swung so far to be careful not to put the responsibility on anybody else, but to take it for himself. I think in the paper he wrote, Why Matt White, he was real careful too. I know in the therapy and the things he's had, that has always been something he's wanted to work on. He has put things, people in place to call him into account if he was doing that. I think he would be the first to tell you, if I haven't taken responsibility, tell me, because I don't want to be that. I think, as he mentioned, once he got to Stillwater, the change from then on was, I mean, I don't think he's had another discipline since then. If I could, just even backing up just a little bit, I think it says a lot. When he was in Rush City and he found himself in the gang, I, at that time, was talking with the former commissioner, John King, and working with him and with Steve Hammer to think, what are we going to do? I mean, what can we do? And some of the things that Steve Hammer had suggested to me just were not acceptable. He had said, here Matt has, he said, sorry for, he said, being so crude, but has really pissed off the two worst gangs possible. I don't know how he did it. And he said, I think he's just going to have to pay his way out. And it was at that time that we looked into contacting someone else, and we were just really fortunate and ended up talking with Mr. John King. Through that, he helped us kind of navigate a little bit of some of the things that needed to be done. But one of the biggest things was Mr. Hammer had said, I'll call Matt in and I'll see what he has to say. He said, but, don't get your hopes up. I've seen it before. I don't think he's going to say anything. And I remember that night emailing Matt because he still couldn't have phone calls. and just said, I don't care what it takes. I don't care. But when you go in there, this is your shot. You tell them and you tell them everything. And I can say I understand what that must be like, but I don't have a clue. I mean, just from what we hear and know what it's like to be a snitch, and especially in that environment. But sure enough, I received an email back that Mr. Hammer said he was pleasantly surprised that Matt was very forthcoming, and Matt did convey the truth in that. And from that day forward, he's never turned around and gone back the other way. He's never had any disciplinary, I don't think, since then. And that was really the biggest change. Prior to that, I mean, one of the things that I talked to his first caseworker when he was in St. Cloud, so he was 17, and just trying to understand myself, like, what is it like for a 17-year-old to go in first thing? And she had said, I'll be honest with you, they don't fare well in here. They don't. And she said his biggest issue is going to be he came in at this age. And she shared a little bit of, him having to find his way, him having to do some things. And she just said his long term doesn't look good. And so when I sit here today and I see all of the things that he's done and all of the ways that he has fared well, I don't know that he could have done much better. I don't know what more he could have done. I've said repeatedly we can't go back and change what happened. And so from there, it's always been, so what's the next best thing that we can do? And for Matt, it was, to make my parents proud from who they did raise me, from what I could do. Another thing that he was able to do is, as he said, he could not find someone on a regular basis to mentor him or to really grow him in other areas. And I think it was ended up being over 100 letters that he would send out just asking for the help. And during that time that he was looking for it, he never turned to any of his past. He never turned to the negative side. He never went outside of who he had personally accepted himself to be and not go back that way, but to continue moving forward. And out of that, he did it on his own pretty much. I mean, we talk nearly every day. I mean, I can, I've been his biggest fan and advocate, yes, but as we know, I can only do so much. So knowing his work ethic and doing that, knowing that when the times were hard and how hard it was for him, he pulled himself out, not just pulled himself out, but bettered himself in a way where he was the mentor. The positions that he's had, his former boss, the way they talk about him, some of them don't want him to leave because they know they're going to, lose a really good worker that they had. And I know it was mentioned about him not maybe having a lot of the resources when he gets out. One of the things Matt did during COVID, during a time when Matt would send money home on a regular basis to me. He would send half of his paycheck. He sent his money that he got during COVID. He sent both those checks, he sent them home to me. So he doesn't have a lot of resources in there now, but we also have, my home is paid for here, and his name is on my deed. So it's a very quiet life. It's very different than Minnesota. It's exactly what you think of when you think of just an old country place. It's just me with my foster daughter that's here. He will have plenty of community as far as help. He's already looked into the halfway houses, or I think there's one, Isaiah House. He's got a very good plan in place. I will be there. I mean, I'm not going anywhere. I will be wherever he is. It's just a matter of what's our next step. What does Matt need now? Where is he going to be? And how do I transfer my support from here to there? And so I have zero doubt he will succeed, that he will become better and better and greater as time goes on. Just him wanting to. One of the things when I moved and I was helping a little bit on this bill with a few things, and we didn't realize that it was coming so soon. Otherwise, I probably would have waited in my move. However, even after I moved and we had talked about the possibility, if possible, him coming here, he really had a pause in it because his desire is to be back there. And he calls them, these are my guys here. And he has a very strong and a very tender heart for the guys that are in there, because he understands when you don't have that community and you don't have that positive mentor, how dark you can go and how hard it is. And so I think one of the good things that was birthed out of this, and unfortunately him not having those mentor when he needed it, is he learned and now wants to give back to them in there. So I think what he has in place, it may not go exactly the way he wants it, but it will go in the ways that will better not only him, but it's going to better those that he comes in contact with. And I mean, I just have no doubt. One of my greatest honors, I tell you, and blessings is I have been able that Matt has invited me into his life all of these years. There has been nothing but between us. I mean, both Lisa Stenson and John we both tried to get the adoption even to go through. And it just couldn't. It was just so many, after thousands and thousands of dollars and so many things, it just couldn't. So I don't view him as anybody than as one of my sons. I have 3 kids. I have a son that's just a few months younger than him. So he's included in that. He's considered family. I mean, he is. And one of the things also I think too is just shows when we were looking at the adoption, we were even talking about, would he change his last name? And after a while, he came back and said, no, because that's my name. And I don't want to run from that or hide from that. There's just a lot of little things like that, knowing Matt, like, you know his commitment to that. I mean, and not wanting to shy away from who he was, not wanting to pretend it didn't happen. But I think he's done the best he can. And I think even more important, he's so willing to do whatever he can to better himself in it, to make something that was the most horrific, tragic thing. And how do we now make it into something good? And I think he will spend the rest of his life doing that.
Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Mr. Niedere, before the board begins discussion and deliberation about next steps, I want to briefly open the floor to you for any final comment.
2 questions.
You want to go ahead? Go ahead.
Help me here. Once again, your definition of codependency is?
My definition of codependency is not having the boundaries between me and another person, that I take them down and I morph almost leech onto them, and I take their identity and bring it to myself.
Okay.
And then I will do whatever needs to be done for their identity to do for, almost that there's no extension of them. It's just, or me, it's just we're one, being doing whatever. and there's no boundaries between them at all.
And erasing that boundaries, I'm confused or I'm not clear how that helps you with that sense of being torn between what I wanted or want and what's available. That seemed to be a dark, dark place, and I'm not. Are you still there?
No, I'm not there. I have learned to put up healthy boundaries now. I have found my own identity that I stand on, that I have that voice, and it has helped me build up out of that dark place where I have not experienced the depression in many years. And yes, I have my ups and downs, but they're realistic ups and downs, and they don't spiral me out, and I become myself. I become a healthy person.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, that's why I want to see that path towards health. There's a path towards health with your, Miss Logan, is it? They said that there's also paths towards health in Minnesota. Help me see the difference, or which is.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
No, the path to live with Kelly is and it could look many different ways, but I did promise to her many years ago that I would take care of her in her age, when she starts to age, that she would never have to go into a nursing home. And we might not be there yet. And the big thing on Kentucky is it's the here and now. Like it's because I truly don't believe it is going to be a permanent move, as she has said. My heart is really with the men of Stillwater. It is. I grieve over a lot of what's happening in this prison, seeing what is needed. And the Kentucky move, I believe, would be a decade maybe, because as I've said a school that I would really love to go to would be Asbury Theological College, which is 18 miles, the seminary, which is 18 miles from where she lives. There are many Anglican churches in her area that I could be a member of to become, to get my degrees, to become ordained, to come back to Minnesota and work through one of my pen pals who sets up nonprofits and build a ministry for men that are in prison, bringing clergy into prison, to give them what I didn't, to mentor them, to teach them, to really teach them the restorative justice practices that I believe in, giving back, healing, trying to repair the harm, and to then allow them to help them find churches and organizations for once they get out. That's my heart. That's where it's at, and that's why I believe the best opportunity to jump off and be that success is to go to Kentucky first. But I truly don't believe it's a forever thing.
My concern was you're bringing your tearing to Kentucky. And is it, yeah, I guess I still have that concern.
No, I don't believe it's still torn. It's
a step in the direction you want. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Anything
I
else?
had one question for Mr. Niedere as well. So you, when talking about the offense, you had expressed that there was a desire to be free, and you were really trying to get out from under the authoritarian parenting style. So was there kind of a was your household was it structured? I mean, like, help me to understand what the authoritarian environment that you were being raised in was like.
So I do want to add that at the time I thought it was authoritarian. I don't anymore. Now that I'm mature, as I've grown and I've seen, and I look as I've grown in my faith, and I see how my parents raised me, and just to not allow me to run wild. There was many times where I wanted to go hang out with some friends and go to a certain place, and it was kind of my parents like, no, we want you to stay away from there because, you know, we have rules, and just wanted me to. And I don't want to say tarnish the name, but it's how they had standards for me and for the family of how we should live. And they weren't bad standards. Now that I see that the majority of our rules were from the Bible. They were, because my parents were people of faith. They were strong people of faith. And now I say, oh, man, I'd have that same rule now if I had kids. I may explain it a little different, but I saw it as authoritarian, but now I don't. It was a very loving home. They had rules. They were trying to discipline me in the right ways. It was me fighting against it. It was me pretty much having my fingers in my ears, going, nope, not going to listen, and I'm going to go do what I want to do.
Let me make a comment to that, Mr. Niedere. As I read your materials, I was struck by childhood trauma that you experienced, and you know, kind of a lot of grief and loss. And and I think if I understood your other figure, it sounds like maybe you take on more responsibility than you need to, that there are other people in your childhood that should take responsibility too. Does that make sense to you? I also just knowing that, I don't know what you know about trauma, but that early childhood trauma often is going to show up in depression, anxiety, delinquency, all of the things that you became involved in middle school. Are you aware of that?
It was one of the best books I've read about. It was called Rid of My Disgrace, and it was a biblical counseling book that Kelly sent me. And it kind of blew my mind when I started to see what came out of some of the trauma of the bad grades, the promiscuousness of going from girlfriend to girlfriend, of just, yes, and that kind of and that's what put me down a path of trying to look at the influences. Again, it might influence me, but I don't have to. It's still on me. I understand that, but I that's what really kind of opened my eyes, and I went a little deeper, and it helped me understand my decisions better, and it helped me understand okay, if this comes up, I used to act like this, but I can choose to act a better way.
Thank you.
Anything else? Mr. Niedere, I want to give you one last chance to address the board with anything that you would like before we get into discussion and deliberation about next steps.
Last thing is, I know when I was going to court, I can't remember if it was my prosecutor or one of the detectives that pretty much said it was a perfect storm, that without one of us it wouldn't have happened. But it happened because of me. That I was the driving force of this crime, that without me, nothing ever would have happened. If I could have handled it a better way, my parents would still be alive. Would have had decades to live of memories, graduations, grandchildren, weddings. The rest of my family would have the same thing. I took that off from them. I'm sorry for that. And the other thing is I just want to, thank you for being here and listening to me and doing your job. It can't be easy, and just want to thank you for what y'all do.
Thank you so much. At this time, I'm going to close the discussion, and during board discussion and deliberation, the board will not entertain questions or allow interruptions. With that, I'll open it to the floor for members to talk about observations, thoughts, next steps.
Well, I think he's done a really remarkable job of not being disciplined in the last 10 years. I think that's pretty amazing. Depending on what others think, I think his idea of going to Moose Lake could be a good one. I'd like to see him take a closer look at his release plan to go to Kentucky. I'll just stop right there.
Concur.
Yeah, I think the Moose Lake, does that have construction?
Yeah, it would have some of that different vocation.
Yeah, I mean, I do appreciate his spiritual path and his, sometimes we talk about more emotional growth, which I think he's doing. I think when he talks about his heart is with the men in Stillwater, that's just a beautiful thing, I think. And that's probably not going to pay the bills. So as he's supporting the men in Stillwater and has a job in construction, that seems like a life that works. So yeah, I think I see the time at Moose Lake, that step down to that would be important. I have a lot of empathy for a 17-year-old, for the 17-year-old that I think comes from a lot of complex childhood trauma that's not resolved. And I think somebody, or the psychologist said, more understanding of how he got there would be something I would hope for him.
The issue, his parents' death is unresolved, or the part, and that's where I see the most, like I say, unresolved issues around that, and an incapacity to get close to that. And maybe due to what's before, but certainly that combination of maybe what was past and what was then. I'd like to see more attention given to that, or more opportunity for that, yes. Moose Lake. I'm here again, what's available there, or help me?
I mean, I think certainly there's lots of different programs from a vocational standpoint. There's higher expand options that are expanding there. As we speak, they're working on that. But there's a plethora of other just behavioral health options and access and those sorts of things that would be available there. There's also a robust community there of people who, I think, as he points out, that came out of that facility, and there's a strong kind of lifer community that develops and can be pretty positive and influential.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I don't encourage or advocate for that. Yeah.
I mean, I do. I think it's some of that stuff around some of the insight side of this. I think some of the implications of the broader ripples of this, and the fabric that I think stems out of trauma for him, but then also created it for many others, and how as a young adult, that's relative to me at least, being in a place to process, what that's about. I also think that the great concern to me is the release plan is, there's a framework, but it is far from complete.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you ready for a motion?
Yes.
I move that we deny parole and that we review in 3 years with the conditions that we've talked about in terms of recommendation. He go to Moose Lake, which would also keep him apart from his co-defendant, and that he work on developing insight.
Could you speak up?
That he work on developing insight and a release plan that works, and really evaluate the Kentucky option in view of his heart being with the inmates in Minnesota, and whatever else the other board members think is important as a condition. Second.
There's a motion and a second.
I believe that one program he's engaged in is available at Moose Lake as well. The peer recovery, peer support.
Yep. It's available there.
Go right into that at Moose Lake.
Yep.
Support.
Obviously, remaining discipline-free, as we've talked about before, is kind of a standard, which I don't anticipate would be a problem given his history. So there is a motion and a second. And with that, we'll do a roll call vote. Board Member Bray to the motion.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes yes. Six, vote in favor of the motion. So, Mr. Niedere, you've had a chance to kind of hear this, where we're at. I think, this is that opportunity. I think first and foremost, we wanted you to hear the positive side of this, the things that, you're on the right path and the track, and we want to lift that side of this up, and help you to get to where you want to go. At the same time, I think, there's obviously more work to do. And the hope is that you will, be looking at kind of deepening your release plan, working on some of that insight stuff, use behavioral health, and really access them. And I just, say that, one of the things we look for at this stage of the game is that you're activating what you need and what you need to get done versus having, staff come to you and say, wait a second, you have these things on your list you should do. Really want to put that in your lap. And if there are issues or that problems with accessing things, and certainly you can let me know. You can let hearings and release know, or your warden. We make sure that stuff gets addressed. But I think there remains some work to do. I would also just say that and we do this with all people as a matter of course. You will need to have both a Minnesota and a Kentucky release plan. We do not control interstate compact. We make referrals to the receiving county, receiving state. Generally speaking, those things are accepted, but we can't. It's not a presumption. We have to have that reviewed, and they have to accept. So just know that that's why we require both a Minnesota and a Kentucky release plan as you go forward. But I want to just thank you for your time and attention and the work you've done, and encourage you to keep up the good work. Good luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Ms. Loken, thank you.
Stillwater, if you want to bring Mr. Jackson in right away.
For those who may be watching, they're just the facilities making arrangements to bring Mr. Jackson in. It should be a short time here, and we'll get started.
I've had two occasions where I've been able to just spend 5 minutes with people who are here. And would encourage if we maybe give more formal attention, just to ask the question of how is this helpful for you? And again, a way to personally sort of not only thank them, but to listen to them and what they get from these programs or how this is a benefit to them. If we can formalize that more.
You're talking about the people who are here, come in.
Yeah.
Are they mainly here as support people for the offenders?
In the two opportunities I've had to do that, yes. Mm-hmm.
And there may be some additional ways to do that. I mean, it's nice, obviously. It's nice to be able to do that in person. When in the absence of usually we're trying to move them.
Yeah, I respect
but
that as
I
well.
think there may be some ways even to do to look at, are there additional things that they would like to see or input. We've had some of those conversations about should people be in a position where they we provide open floor input.
Mm-hmm.
That's really hard to manage because it's but I do hear what you're saying, that just to kind of get a sense from people what their thoughts were.
It's a new ballpark, and it sort of helped me see what the currents, where the boundaries are out there. Yeah. I found it helpful for me.
We've been able to connect with
Security staff should have them there shortly.
Okay.
Did they ask a lot of questions?
No.
I'm assuming Stillwater can't just have all of them waiting.
No, because of the location of the room.
They appreciated the opportunity to be here, appreciated, understand it's a new program, and by and large, appreciate the changes. So it's been very supportive. But somewhat maybe, here again, what I bring to it is maybe coloring it, but also looking for how can I continue to contribute is where these people are at.
To the person that they're supporting.
I want to be involved, and I want to, continue the momentum. And yeah, I definitely got the idea that the momentum is moving in a change in a better direction. Where else can I grab hold and pull, And at this point, to be determined is the best response that I have. Yeah.
I was wondering if that woman that you were talking to earlier, was that the offender's sister?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I thought. With the little children. With the little children?
Yeah.
She was the parent of one of his high school. That's
That last case, Stillwater as well.
I asked them to make sure that he's there and ready. I believe part of the problem is that this Jackson was inside.
Oh, so they had to take him out.
More security.
Yeah.
To bring him.
A lot of security.
Yeah.
There he is.
We'll begin here in just 1 minute, Mr. Jackson.
Okay, and his advocate is on now.
All right.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Rebecca Holmes-Larson, Director of Hearings and Release and Assistant to the Supervised Release Board. We're here today to review Prentis Jackson, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Mr. Jackson also has an advocate, Mr. Jim Sirik. Is that how I say your name, sir?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. Also present on video. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office is our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board, to my left. Other board members that are present here at Central Office are Member Don Strufert, Member Cheryl Ramstad, Member Chris Bray, and Member Jody Nelson. We also have Member Andrew Larson on video as well. Mr. Jackson, records indicate that on February 24th of 2006, Minneapolis police responded to a report of a shooting. Upon arrival, they found 15-year-old juvenile victim Michael Blunson dead of a single gunshot wound to the face. Witnesses reported that Prentis Jackson got out of an SUV and confronted Michael Blunson, who was walking. Jackson pulled out a gun and fired it at Blunson. The gun clicked but did not fire. Jackson then pointed the gun again at Mr. Blunson and shot him in the face. Jackson got back in the vehicle and left the scene. Other witnesses reported that Jackson admitted to them that he had shot Mr. Blunson. Further investigation revealed that Michael Blunson was threatened by some gang members a short time before he was shot. On November 21st of 2006, Mr. Jackson was sentenced to life without parole in Hennepin County District Court for the offense of first-degree murder. On October 3rd of 2016, the Supreme Court changed his sentence from life without parole, vacated it, and sentenced him to life with the possibility of parole after a minimum of 30 years. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who were juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Jackson now has the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 15 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 18 years of incarceration. His parole eligibility date was originally March 17th of 2036. Given the changes by the legislature regarding juvenile cases, Mr. Jackson is eligible to be considered for release as of March 17th of 2021. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner?
Good afternoon, Mr. Jackson. How are you today?
I'm all right now. I was kind of struggling getting down here, but I'm here and I'm a little better.
Okay. Can you tell us what you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting?
Well, yeah, for starters, I mean, of course, I would love to be released back into the community. I have, a lot lined up for me out there in the community. I have been a lot of good support from family and friends, and that's my original thing that I would love to see happen. And I don't know, this kind of been a probably one of the most stressful times in my life for the past couple of months. It's like going through a lot, trying to prepare myself for this, and I don't know, that for starters, that's what I would like to see happen. I would like to be released back to the community.
And you believe that you're ready for that?
1,000,000%. I have a lot of stuff that I've been working on, including myself, and it's a lot I want to talk about today to show how ready I am to be released. And whenever I'm sorry, I'm super nervous. Sorry, I'm super nervous, but yeah, I have a lot I want to speak on and show my growth and show where I'm at mentally today. When I'm.
Why don't you do it? Why don't you do it?
Okay. Well, for starters, I went over this over and over and over in my room on how to really, go through this. And I think the best way to start would be to talk about, okay, I wrote a children's book, and I think this kind of shows a lot. Everything I talk about will revert back to this book. So I kind of want to start by kind of explaining this real quick. It's going to be quick. It's about a bumblebee. It's called Bumble the Stingless Bee. It's about a bee that has no stinger, and he's trying to find his way and trying to figure himself out. So he's going through, the medallion. He's talking to different characters. I have different characters in there that I think each one I relate to. And I have an ant. He's small, and but he's strong. And that was one of the ways I related. I before prison and when I first came through prison, I was very small, but I think I was kind of mentally, I was strong. And he has a ladybug. I put a ladybug in there, but it's a male ladybug, and he struggled too. Every insect is showing how they overcame their insecurities and everything, and was telling him how they were getting bullied. And it's a bully that's a wasp, and I think I related to the ladybug because of the courage. Like I think I've watched, before I came to prison and during prison, I've seen people go through things where, it like a few years ago, I was watching the show on this transgender that was being bullied and stuff like that, and I couldn't help by the end of the show but think how much courage that took to get bullied and beat, and especially from the communities that I come from, and knowing how that go, but to still be what you believe that you are. And I think growing up, especially in here, for a long time, I wasn't who I wanted to be. I had to be who I thought I should be going through this prison system. And I came as a kid. I came as a kid, and of course, scary. The only thing I knew about prison was what I've seen on TV. So, and everything I ever seen on TV about prison wasn't good. So, and then he has a spider that's more mature, and that's the one that actually sits him down and talk to him and try to get him to explain why he think he wants to sting her anyway. And then he gets him to understand what happens after you even sting somebody. And I took this, and I've led different people from different backgrounds read this book. And I'm talking about even full-blown gang members that related to this book and understand, like, people don't tell us the other side of what happens after we use these things. It was a metaphor as well. So when I'm talking to people from different backgrounds, and people don't tell us what happened after we do these things. The people we listen to as a kids, we listen to these rap music, we listen to all these different things, we watch TV, but we don't know the other side of this coin. So that's kind of why I went that route with that. And it's something I'm still trying to get published that I'm going through right now. But let me see. So that with that being said, sorry, papers everywhere. Okay, yeah, so that's kind of how I identify with, each character, especially Bumble. I went through, like I said, before prison and during prison, I went through this prison system trying to find myself, trying to figure things out. So that led to me thinking about my environment. At a certain point, as I'm going through this, I was struggling. I was really, really, really struggling. When I was just myself, I was struggling with not knowing what to do and how to handle being in this in my environment that I was in. So I know one of the main things that will be discussed is most likely my discipline record. I will take full responsibility for everything that I've done, except this last thing that I'm going to explain in 2 seconds. But everything I've done in here, that was how giving up looked like. I gave up. Everybody is we give up in different ways. We handle things in different ways. We break down in different ways. I've seen people kill themselves. I've seen people lose themselves mentally. I've seen people give up in so many different ways. That was what I looked like giving up. I had gave up on all of this. I gave up and luckily I am still standing here. So it's not a boost when I say I'm proud of myself on who I am today and how I'm still standing. I'm not proud of the things that I've done before or during prison, but I'm definitely proud on how I am today, how I look today, and I mean this mentally. So when I talk about my discipline record, I've read through this stuff that was sent to the board. Every time I read through this type of stuff, I get to a point where I'm like, no matter how much stuff that we talk about that I've done while I've been in prison, it's never nothing in there that shows how many times I reached out for help. I reached out for help so many times. I reached out to the psych. I reached out to try to. I knew at a point in time I was trying to figure myself out. I reached out for help, and that's never explained in here. And that bugged me when I was reading through this, as it always do. It's never spoken on. I knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong, and I knew that it was that I didn't want to be a certain way. But after a while, when I got wrapped so up in it so much to where at a certain point in time, it was just drilled into my head that I was going to spend the rest of my life here. With every appeal that was denied, it was drilled into my head that I was going to spend the rest of my life here. I was doing things that where people that got out there was charged on the streets, but I wasn't charged. And their reason for this was saying, what does it matter? So that helped drill this into my head. What does it matter? So with this, now I'm starting to try to figure myself out. I'm asking for help. I'm reaching out. I'm looking for help. I'm begging for help. I finally, after I think 2021, I reached out to a treatment program. I was denied treatment because I wasn't sure. I didn't have short enough time. I learned about outpatient. I asked again. I was denied outpatient. I had to fight to get into treatment. I had to explain to them, like, I'm begging y'all for help. I'm trying to figure myself out. I'm trying my best to figure myself out. And I luckily got the right person and the right people that helped me get into it, but I had to fight for that position. I had to fight to get into that. So at a certain point in time, while it's drilled into my head, I got to spend the rest of my life here, I felt I had to wear a certain type of mask. Now I'm around people that's looking to me, and I didn't know how to use the influence that I had for positive stuff at a point in time. I didn't know how to use that at a point in time. So I'm still feeling like, okay, I got to be here. So I still felt I had to be a certain way and respond to things a certain way. And it wasn't until I went through this treatment program and I started to figure myself out, I started to learn how to use my influence for positive things. And I had to learn how to make doing good look cool. And I did. And it works. And I still, to this day, to this very morning, I had people at my cell talking to me. I had to talk them out of situations that probably would have had us on lockdown. And it worked. And I'll be feeling good about that, though. When they come to me and they're talking to me like what should I do? And I'm breaking things down and articulating myself the right way. And they're listening. They're okay. And that's what I do. Is naturally mentoring is natural to me. So everything that I want to do when I step outside of here has everything to do with mentoring and talking to the youth that's going through the exact things that I went through before prison and during prison, and I listen to it. We got bars here. I do nothing but sit. I listen to these kids. I listen to them, and they are going through the same exact thing that I went through for years and years and years, and it be hurting, and it's so sad because I see how lost they is. But I know how that feels to be that lost. I know how that feels to be that lost. But now I know where I'm at now. I know where I'm at today. So it's a thing where, okay, so I want to talk about my last discipline because I struggle with this. For the past few years, I have been doing the best that I could do. I have been doing everything possible to stay out of the way. I've been doing everything. So I learned the lesson from this, though. I want to say that. I learned the lesson from this. I learned the lesson from everything that I go through. So back in July, my room was searched, and it was searched with multiple other offenders. And I didn't blame nobody. I don't want to blame nobody, but I knew when I had to go to SEG that it was a mistake somewhere, and I knew I just felt that some evidence was misplaced. And God worked so amazing that a month ago, the same exact thing happened. Multiple rooms were searched. And this is why I brought this. My property was mixed up and given to somebody just a month ago. Again, this paper bag is my name, a different OID, and a note on the bottom that say not his. This happens in here. It's common. It happens. And I was so upset. I was stressed about this. I was going through things about this because I know I've been on my best behavior. I would not have done anything in the world to mess up my chances and my opportunity at being in the world with my family. My son, he just had a son, and he's at the age that I was when I came down. I'm ready to get out there and be with my family. Sometimes it's not so complex. It's just as simple as I'm tired of this. I had to go through something that hurt. I lost people along the way. My stepdad, he got killed in Minneapolis the year after I got locked up. The girl that I was with since I was like 15, she got killed that next year. I was going through things this whole time. I was going deeper and deeper into dark places. So when I explained my discipline record, I was really going through it. And I don't want pity because I understand somebody lost a family member. A mom lost their son, a dad lost their son. Brothers and sisters, they lost their brothers. So I don't look for pity. I just be more understanding of knowing like I'm not a horrible person. I was really going through it. So now, what I feel like what I serve to the community, and I looked at this risk factor. I got way more positive things to offer to the community than I ever could be a risk. I want to cut hair. That's one of my main things I want to do, and that works with my mentoring and being able to talk to the kids and deal with kids that been through the things that I've been through. It's easier, well, I believe, because I've been through this. I'm the type, I had to touch the stove. Now I've gotten to the point where I know how to learn from others. But for a long period of time, I had to touch the stove. I couldn't really learn from others. So people could kind of tell me things, but I had to touch it. So it's easy to learn from someone with the same burn marks and that's going through the things that a path that you headed down. And so all of the negative that's in my past from before prison to even especially while in prison, I'm ready to turn it to the positive and let that be the intro to my stories when I get out there. When I'm speaking to these crowds, when I'm speaking to the youth, when I'm speaking to anybody, this will be my intro to what I got and what I've been through, and use this as a positive, 100 million%. So, yeah, I had to learn. I was writing things down to make sure I touch on certain things, and one of the things I wrote down was how I had to learn and realize I was emotionally immature. I never really was taught how to properly express myself. So the only thing I really felt comfortable expressing was anger. I had to learn this though. I had to learn this along the way. I didn't realize this as I was going through this, but at a certain point in time, I had to learn. The only thing I really knew how to express was anger, because I wasn't properly taught how to express when I'm hurt or when I'm sad or when now I do. Now I know these things, and then I felt a way about that because when I was expressing these things, when I'm reaching out and I'm telling I need help, we look at my record and I feel like it was like I'm tough. Like when you feel like somebody's tough, you don't think that they're really going through the things they're going through. But I was really going through things, so I had to learn how to properly express myself. I had to learn how to properly deal with my emotions from sadness and now I preach this. Now when I'm talking to people that I see doing the same thing, I'm telling them, because from the community I come from, it's not that. When you a boy, they tell you stop crying, get up, stop crying, stop doing this, stop. And so you feel like you're not supposed to cry. You're supposed to be tough. When you fight, everybody's praising the winner. You feel like, so that's what you feel like you're supposed to be doing. I had to learn these things. And then, so coming in here as a kid, and then the environment I was in, and I'm dealing with real sharks that want nothing but to take advantage of people like me. See that we lost, see that we don't really know what's going on, and take advantage of that. So I don't know, so yeah, that's just where I'm at with it. I know from then to now, even where I'm at now, I had to fight for this. Where I'm at mentally now, I had to fight for this. I know on the outside looking in, it's like we want this, this is a place for rehabilitation. This is tough. This is tough. It gets dark. It gets dark, and especially when you lost it. I got to a point where it was just me. I had to fight for where I'm at now, and I'm where I'm supposed to be, and I'm ready to give it back. I'm ready to give back to the community. I 100% believe in restorative justice. That was one of the classes that I took that helped me see things a different way as well. I had to learn about the ripple effect that crimes, almost any crime, do to more than just me. To more, I didn't. These are things I never thought about before. I had to learn how doing something to somebody, you're not just hurting them. You got their family you hurting. You got your family you hurting. It's a whole ripple effect. I had to learn about these things, and I didn't really have a real turning point until I went to a commutation back in 2021, and that was when everything really changed for me because I felt like they wanted to let me out, but at that time, the record for my discipline record was all screwed up. It said I had like 100 discipline infractions or something, and I didn't know how to explain it. I had to go do my research and find out that's what it wasn't that. But that's when things changed for me. I really said and really thought about this. Like, if I wasn't getting into the stuff I was getting into, if I probably would be out. And until then, that never registered to me because I had life without parole. And even when I had 30 to life, it was still life. That didn't register to me. So that was tough. And it made me want to do better though. It made me regret getting into so much trouble. And that's kind of where I took off though. I started doing as much programming as I could do. I started trying to learn more about myself, which I did. Everything I'm talking about, I did. Even like I said, I take something from everything. This last situation, not just knowing, I knew that I knew that I was on my best behavior, but I knew that I was going to have to explain this to the board. I knew how it would look, but I still did not let that deter me. Usually, even when I was doing things, I was self-destruct after I get in trouble. I would break apart and it was over with. This time, I didn't do that. I kept it playing. I didn't realize this until like a month ago. I'm like, I kept doing what I was supposed to do. I stayed on the right track. I even completed more classes. I went and completed. I'm a peer recovery specialist now. I completed more. I did more. I pushed for more. I asked for more. So I didn't let that throw me off. So I thought that was a plus, and I learned. But this is one of the main things I learned. I was still hanging around certain crowds. In my head, I felt like if I wasn't doing anything, it really didn't matter. I'm like, if I ain't doing it, these are the people I grew up with, these are the people I know, so it really don't matter who I hang with. I learned that that's not true because I felt my room was searched because of the crowds that I hang with. And that let me know if I was to get out on parole and I could easily be with the wrong crowd, get in the wrong car just because I feel like, oh, I'm not doing nothing. Get in the wrong car with somebody and not knowing what this person got going on, whether it's with the police or whether it's with somebody he done did something to, and that can come back on me. That was the lesson I took out of that. I needed that lesson. I needed that before I was released because before that, I didn't really see that like that. I felt if I'm not doing nothing, I can hang with who I want to hang with. These are the people I know. When that happened, I said, God works amazing because I needed that lesson. I needed to know that's not true. So it was just one more thing to learn before I stepped out of here. But anything else on my discipline record, I'm gonna take full responsibility for. Yes, I did. I was struggling. It was hard, but for me, I feel I got it together. And I think if any staff that grew up around me and watched me growing here, they would say the same.
So let me ask two questions. First and foremost, because I think you just did a great job, I think, of explaining kind of what accounts for some of your history here, and so that's helpful. So to the proposition that because you talk about you're ready to go because you've learned the lessons you need to learn, and let's take the recent discipline off the table here. Is it unreasonable for us who have a role and a responsibility to ensure that that we're taking every step possible to determine that when somebody is ready for parole that they are truly ready, want to see more demonstration of longevity. I appreciate the lessons you've learned, and I think the thoughtfulness with which you're kind of assessing that. At the same time, is it unreasonable for us to want to see? Because you certainly know people that are there that have been doing the drill for a long time. The things that you're doing today, right? There's people that have been doing that for some time.
For sure.
And so, is it reasonable for us to want to see a longer track record?
Yeah, it's high.
I mean, of course, it's reasonable. You know, in the same breath, it's ways to show that without keeping me locked down for more and more and more years. It's other opportunities. I mean, and other options besides keep them locked down. You have placements out there. I've listed a lot of placements. They have placements out there that kind of meets in the middle. You know, that allows me to show exactly what I'm speaking of, but it doesn't all the way give me that freedom that's I probably would like, but in the same breath, it kind of meets in the middle. You get what I'm saying? Like, it still got these classes that we speak on. Every class that's named in here that we feel like I should take more classes. They got classes. It's places out there that does this. So it's other options. I just don't want keep him locked down for more and more years to feel like that's the only option, because it's not. You know that.
I think we know like what options there are, but I think that really wasn't the core question. What the options are. I think the other thing I wanted to just ask you about was I was struck by your letter, and I think your letter did a good job of trying to ask us, to look deeper, right? To recognize what you just described. What I was surprised by was not that, which I thought was really positive. I was surprised by what wasn't in the letter. And especially in light of what you just described by way of thinking about like restorative justice and what you learned from that part was missing. And from the letter, and which I thought to be a bit striking. And then second of all, just the fact that like you've done RJ, but I don't see. Maybe you've done one, but at least what's indicated here is that you haven't done like an apology letter. Has that happened?
Yeah, all of that was in there. I'm sorry you missed it, but all of that was in there. Even in my letter, I spoke on restorative justice. I spoke on how I want to give back. I spoke on this for sure in my letter. And in my the papers that they gave, it states that I wrote an apology letter. I just didn't. So I've been dealing with restorative justice for some years now, but I had this thing with I had a real heart to heart with the people that run restorative justice, because I would love to sit down and have. It's matter of fact, a couple different people spoke on this, because I said I would love to sit down and talk to Mr. Blunson's mother. Out of everybody, I wanted, like, this is something I've been talking about for years. I would love to do this. I would love to have this. She stated this in the letter that she read, and I always read it. She talked about how, like, one day she hoped that we could hold hands, and I always read this, and this is something I've been wanting forever. The reason why I did not send the letter to the apology bank is because, and this was the struggle I was having with restorative justice, they don't notify them. They don't notify them that a letter is there. They don't notify, and of course, it's they got their reasons for this. But I just felt like it just sits there for years and nobody knows, And if I'm the only one that can know, I have the letter. I wrote this letter. I've shared this letter in some of these classes. It's just, I don't know. I didn't see it just sits there. I would love to. I was trying to find ways without of course, without getting myself in trouble, to see and ask and see if they can contact her and see if we can set up I forgot what it's called, but where we sit down, and I would love to do this any day. Any day. This is something I always talk about. This is something I would love to do. And so I don't know if that answers your question, but
Thank you. Any other questions?
Well, I do, but just briefly, would you, in your letter, you said, you talked about it took a lot of good and bad to build the man that I am today. What does that man look like to other people? How do other people know you're a man today that you weren't before you came? What would we see?
well, anybody that's around me for a certain amount of time, everything that I'm talking about is not just here. I talk about this day to day, all day. I express this. I got scars. I got, like I said, the burn marks to show the stuff that I've been through. I got, like, I know how to articulate myself to where I can explain this and break this down. But I'm also anybody that's around. That's why I say even the staff that's been around me and watched me grow. The person that I show is completely different from what these packages show, like good and bad. That's why I say that. So the man that you see day to day, the stuff that I'm into, I have nonprofits that I write. I got a nonprofit that I'm trying to get off the ground. That's everything I got going on has to do with kids, and I have one that I always get ideas from talking to people out there, and I just want to say this real quick. I got one where I think that a lot of problems start from school. I got my fiance and her kid will get into it with somebody, and I was like, I think I want to start a program where we see these kids that get suspended for fighting or get into it with each other and take them and make them deal with each other. Because one of the things that I learned growing up in here was that when you're forced to deal with somebody, like I was forced to be around different people that I would have never been around when I was out there. And them people was my best friends today. And they're doing amazing for starters, though. They're out there, they're doing amazing. But I had to learn it, and I think that's where it starts. And I want to do a program where we nip it in the bud. Those kids that's getting into it with each other, let's take them out to eat and do this and do that, and make them deal with each other and change things. It started school. I've been there. I've been through that. So these things that I'm speaking, I show this day to day. I talk this day, like I said, just this morning, I was just speaking the same, everything I'm speaking to you without any staff. I don't get no certificates for this. I'm not looking for none either, though. This amazing stuff I do, I don't get no certificates for this. I don't get in trouble for this. I don't get nothing for this. So it's not on paper, but it's me. So anybody that's watching me, I said I make doing the right thing look cool. I've been doing this for a couple years now, and it's been working. So all of the good things that I'm doing, I make it look cool, and it's people that they still just as much as they was coming to me when I was showing the negative stuff, they're coming to me while I'm doing the positive just as much, and it feels amazing. So I hope that answers your question. That's what it looks like, you know.
Other questions? I want to turn to Mr. Stewart. Just thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate it, and for your ongoing support of Mr. Jackson. I want to open the floor to you to provide whatever thoughts and insights you have into where you see Mr. Jackson being.
Okay. I appreciate everybody's time, and thank you for letting me speak on his behalf today. Before, what I'd like to do, I'm assuming everybody had a chance to look over the letter that I sent on his behalf. I'm going to reference quite a bit to that letter, but I also made some notes. I was sitting here, I don't know, probably 45 minutes just with the car off in the driveway. We've got a couple of dogs at our house, so I didn't want to have them making background noise. but it gave me time to reflect while I was waiting for the queue to open up, just about what my life would have been like if I'd been incarcerated at that age, if I had had those types of things happen. Just that's why some of these notes might be referencing that. But so before we get started knee deep into this, I just kind of want to point out a couple of things. I mean, he's Prentis Cordell Jackson. I know him as Cordell. Okay. He's been incarcerated for over 18 years now, which is longer than he had been alive before the crime that he committed. Okay. He's also 35 years old now.
Froze. So Syracuse froze.
He's still there, it's just not.
Mr. Syracuse, if you can hear us, you might want to log off and come back on, and then you sometimes staying off video can be helpful in terms of bandwidth.
Should I just disconnect him and see, or?
Yeah, maybe disconnect it and he'll see if we can get him to come back on.
Yeah. I think so. Stand by.
Here we go.
Mr. Sarek, you're there?
No.
Can you hear us now?
The off count.
I can hear you. Hang on.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry about that. For some reason, my phone overheated just as I was getting started. I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm so dang long-winded. But sorry about that. All right. So give me 10 seconds here. Sorry.
Thank you.
All right. So I'm speaking with you today in support of early release for Cordell. I've known him since 1998. I was a big brother for him for several years through the Big Brothers Big Sisters Minneapolis organization. We connected again with each other several years ago and been corresponding via JPay. I've known Cordell as a child. I've gotten to know him as the man he is today. Through the Big Brothers program, I met with him probably 2 to 3 times per month, and he actually ended up becoming a part of my family. My wife, Kim, and I had gotten engaged in 1999. Cordell helped me even pick out the ring for her and was actually a ring bearer at our wedding. As a child, I knew Cordell to be kind, considerate, caring, helpful, well-mannered, very clever sense of humor. He's very smart and learned things quickly. Growing up where he grew up, he had limited opportunities, and I tried to mentor him to overcome whatever obstacles life was going to throw at him and make the best of any situation he might face. It was quite a shock hearing of the circumstances of his incarceration. I mean, because he was a juvenile when it happened, nothing was available. My wife and I didn't find out about it until several years after it happened. I've communicated with him quite a bit and found him to be remorseful as well as taking responsibility for what happened. Sure, if he could go back and change everything, he would. Entering the criminal justice system at such a young age, facing the realization of possibly spending the rest of his life there, would have broken most people. If it were me, I don't know what I would have done in that situation. Okay. I myself have worked in law enforcement. I've worked in corrections. I spent 2 years with City of Minneapolis back in the late 90s. I worked at a correctional halfway house called 180 Degrees for about a year, which helped transitioning convicted felons reassimilate back into society. Okay. I believe he has served his time. I've got a connection in the community that helps convicted felons reassimilate as well as help find employment. Cordell expressed serious interest in this as well. That's pretty much the letter, but he has spent the last of his teen years as well as his entire adult life incarcerated. I believe it's time to give him a chance to start a new chapter in his life. Here's kind of what I'm going to get into the. I remember what I tried to set out for goals that I wanted to accomplish in my life in my 20s, in my 30s, in my 40s, and now in my 50s. I don't even remember establishing goals for what I wanted to do with my life when I was in my teens. So for somebody that's now 35 years old and he's trying to make a game plan and he spent his entire adult life incarcerated, it is very difficult to get a serious, real game plan together. Okay. He's got a game plan, but I think he would serve the purpose of the community in a much larger scale if he were to be released and embrace working with the community. When I worked with City of Minneapolis, there were plenty of people I worked with the park system, and I remember doing a lot of community resource work with the park buildings and the caretakers for there, the counselors there. And a lot of them had been in prison and a lot of them were serving as mentors. And to me, the ones that had the most impact were the ones that had had kind of a hard life growing up. They were in their late 20s, early 30s, and they were still relevant to the youth. They weren't somebody that were in their 60s and 70s trying to relate to kids that were, much, much, much younger. They just had more impact. And what I see when I think of Cordell is somebody that's trying to give back. He's trying to move forward in this, but he's also in a situation where he doesn't get a lot of choices and things being incarcerated. It reminds me of my time spent when I was in the Army. I was in the Army right after I finished high school for several years. I spent a year of combat duty in Mogadishu, Somalia. And when I was there, I had to make a lot of choices every day. And most of those situations were either engage in a bad situation or a worse situation. And you had to just choose whatever direction you had to take that was going to at least give the path of least hurt. And it was really difficult. And law enforcement was the same way. It was a lot of hard decisions. And being incarcerated, I've never been incarcerated, so I don't. But I know how the system works, and I know there's a lot of times that, you can get away with something. A lot of times you get caught for something, and sometimes you get blamed for something that really didn't have anything to do with you. You're just a victim of circumstance. And maybe because something I would have done in the past would make people think that I had done it that time, it doesn't necessarily mean that that's the way that it was. I really don't know a lot of the incidences that are being referred to here while incarcerated. I never really wanted to get into all of that with Cordell when we'd speak. I was trying to keep myself as neutral as possible. But I got to tell you, when I'm hearing him speak, I'm very, very, very proud of him. When I'm hearing the questions you guys are asking him, they're good, they're relevant, they're hard questions. But as his big brother, and I still consider myself his big brother, I want to speak up and answer and cut him off and speak for him, but that's not my place, and that's why I keep my mouth shut and let him speak on his own, because he's his own man. I know who he's become. I know that he can serve the community. I know he has a purpose. My God, this kid spent over half his entire life incarcerated. He can't go back and change what he did. my God, he can change things around for a lot of other kids out there that are on that borderline. And it's not like he went to prison for a very minor infraction. I mean, he's got street credibility that is going to have impact with the kids, especially the youth and the young adults. He can relate of what it's really like in prison and how hard it is and how it's a place that you don't want to end up in. And I believe he could be a real benefit to the community if you just give him a chance. My God, he's looking for resources. He's got resources. I've got resources I can help with. I still volunteer a lot. I still do community outreach. I have connections, whether it be at a state level, county level, or even a city level. There's opportunities out there for somebody that's motivated to try and change things. And I just believe that with his background and everything moving forward, he's going to serve society in a greater capacity at this point of his life, because he's also not a kid anymore. He's 35 years old. He's at the point now where he can have a serious impact on the world around him. He can change things for himself. He can change things for his family. He can change things for everybody. And he will be much, much better resource for society being out on the street versus being incarcerated. I think keeping him incarcerated is prolonging something that is already been repented for. I'm not the victim's family. I can't speak to that. I just would imagine if that were me and I knew he was remorseful for what happened, my God, 18 years is enough, guys. It's enough. We're going to let this kid, and yeah, when you get incarcerated, your social skills, they get stunted. You don't have the opportunity to expand, to see the world, and to grow culturally and socially and get to know all kinds of people. You deal with corrections people and you deal with other incarcerated people. You don't have the opportunities to engage with society at large and actually grow as a person. It's not like he went to prison when he was 50. He was 17 years old. He made a stupid effing mistake. He knows he did that. If you think there isn't a day in his life that he doesn't regret and couldn't take that back, of course, he did. He's been through enough. He's ready to go back out, and he's got resources to help him. And I am one of those. I'll leave that. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here. We thank you for your ongoing support. We thank you for your service as well. We appreciate that.
Well, as you said, staying here until a couple years.
Just at this stage of the game, I'd like to, Mr. Prentis, Mr. Jackson, give you one more opportunity to kind of make a comment before we go into a final discussion and deliberation about next steps. Anything that you would like to offer or say?
Yes, I was just sitting here thinking when he said something that when you asked me about the longevity thing, right? And I wanted to be noted. When I came in the door, I went to a maximum security prison that didn't have any programming. Well, next to none. It probably had a couple programs that had next to no programming. So that was what I spent my first 15 years in. 14, something like that. The second I got to a place where there was more programming and more things for me to do and more positive things for me to do, all the positive, the most positive things you see in here is exactly what I did. I took off running with everything I could do. I came over to Stillwater in 2021 or something like that, and I'm talking about all the programming I can do. And Stillwater don't even have that much programming, but I took advantage of the programs that they had to offer, and even the ones I rode kites trying to get into some that I couldn't get into. But I want that to be noticed, so that because I think that better helps explain that my longevity went with the more I could do. So I could just imagine when I get out to the free world with even more opportunities, what I'm gonna do with it. I seen what I did as soon as I got to a place with a little bit more opportunity. So, yeah, with that, I hope that kind of better explain that.
Thank you. At this stage, we're going to close the discussion and turn it over to the board to begin talking about next steps or options. And with that, I would open it to the floor.
Where I'm struggling at the moment, where I want him to have opportunities to continue, writing children's books and the information there, getting that out. I guess I've been somewhat convinced of his capacity to do that, or that type of good work. I don't know where the next year's opportunity are most available to him. I don't have a good idea of what he has lined up in a release plan. I'm not sure where the best opportunities are for him within the system. Follow me? I want him to have the most opportunities possible, and I'm not sure what that is or where that is. Or I can't point to many on either side of the gate, so to speak. I guess my question then is, what's available for him going to minimum at this point?
Minimum would be provide somewhat limited focus. It's generally speaking going to be more oriented toward working on a crew, community-based crew.
Yeah.
You're going to have some programming options because it's generally speaking that last step before either work release or something like that. There isn't quite the plethora of different types of necessarily organized programs that you might see on the medium side.
Mm-hmm. But minimum provides a closer opportunity to the reality on the other side of the gate. Engaged in that type of stuff.
Yeah, he would be in a outside the fence and on a work crew.
Where's the best opportunities as you see it in medium? Where is he now? He's in
close custody at Stillwater. Stillwater.
Yeah,
close custody. So, I think it really depends. I think there's a lot of different options as you look across the system. If he were to transition to medium, whether that's different types of training experiences, different types of educational opportunities, different networks that can be established through at those different sites where you have volunteer programs and other sorts of things, people coming in from the outside. So those are really options, and it just really depends. I think one of the things that he talked about was the barbering program, and so we do have that as an option. So that would be something.
Yeah.
I think the other thing he said is he would need sober support. And I think he mentioned, maybe when released, a sober house.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was interesting that the comprehensive risk assessment said he was ambivalent. There was ambivalence about substance use under certain circumstances. And I think someplace else I read that he had admitted to using substances throughout. And that same report said it's imperative he abstain from use of substances. So I heard in that, the ambivalence is under certain circumstances, plus the admission he's been using while he's in, were red flags for me. The other thing that was troubling me, again from the risk assessment, his worldview supports beliefs that minimize, justify, or rationalize harming others, primarily focused on factors outside of himself contributing to his criminal behavior, with less emphasis on personal factors
And similarly, his statements reflect a tendency to rationalize his behavior and demonstrate a lack of remorse for having hurt others. I think those statements really resonate with me because of what
Could you
I've heard.
speak up?
So, yeah, I think, one of the things I'm appreciative of and respect is the fact that he has giving voice to some of these things, at least more recently, in terms of some of that stuff. I'll speak for myself personally. I just am, I would be, a straight parole release would be nothing I would support, and I would actually struggle to do a minimum placement. Because I do think he needs to get out of Stillwater. I do think he needs to step down. I do think, one of the things that I hear, and I agree with actually Mr. Sirich's assessment about the fact that he has the potential to be a positive influence. And I respect the fact that he recognizes and sees the need that, you can't play both sides of the field, right? Because it's too easy to get yourself jammed up if you're hanging the wrong folks and those sorts of things. At the same time, I think being in a place where he could demonstrate and show in a far more open environment, that's what I would like to see happen, and at the same time give him access to things, whether that's education or other sorts of things that that could be beneficial. One of the challenges, I think, we don't have a huge and comprehensive release plan here, which is difficult to do when you're there and in the position he's in, and so that would just be something that has to happen. I think a cold release, when you've spent as much time as you have in Oak Park Heights, which is our max custody setting, having only been there out of there since whatever 21, so I think he mentioned. I do think there is a need to move him out of Stillwater and get him to a medium site and see how that gets managed before there would be a release. That's Paul Schnell's opinion only.
With respect to minimum versus medium, I see that when he talked to the program review team on September 23rd of this year, he's indicated an interest in going to medium custody facility, vocational and higher education training at once. So he doesn't even ask for minimum.
Mm-hmm. That's good.
Then the question would be, when do we review again?
Yeah, and I think that's the big question. I think one of the things that I think, just for a context standpoint, one of the things that's going to happen. Remember that we are working a backlog of cases that are now eligible. In his case, he would have been eligible 21, and in light of the law now going forward, folks would be seen 3 years prior to that eligibility date. And so we're working the backlog here. I wonder if, in light of, as Mr. Jackson talked about, seeing his circumstances, environment, where he's stuck, was being a part of what prompted him to do that. I wonder if conversations about what's possible earlier, what that would have looked like. Again, we won't know that. But for me, I think it is some of the demonstration of this. And I feel this level of, and I understand it, I feel this level of pull from Mr. Jackson of, like, I just want to get going. I just want to be out there. And I can appreciate that. It also makes me very nervous. because I think as much as you know, there is this having your head out there and wanting to work toward that, being really clear about where your head's at and where your behavior and everything else is at. I would like to see some demonstration of that. And I think take the more recent thing that's a question. I just not won't even put that in the mix here. But he had a couple of years, 20 months or so, where he was on a path, and I think has been involved in some positive programming, restorative justice, and so forth, which I think are really, really positive. But I would like to see continued demonstration. I'll pitch a motion here just as a way of doing this, and I would move for a denial of parole, just based on the fact that we have some of this work that I think we're hearing, wanting to see a bit more of that internalized impetus versus some of that external impetus would be one of those things. And then I think to be able to have him show and demonstrate the leadership that he talks about, and that insights that he's gained in a different sort of environment. And I would step him down to a medium facility, and I would have him work with a team there to determine which facility would be best, and so that he has a voice in that based upon what his needs and interests are. But that at the end of the day, I would expect that he would be discipline free, and that when he comes back, that there would be a highly detailed release plan, some of which we've seen from some people who didn't know if they were going to be released, just that really did things like where they talked about relapse prevention and what my supports were and all of that kind of stuff, which I think would be just a really important and worthwhile exercise for him. And then to come in and really not just talk about the insights he's gained, but the ways in which he is continuing to influence in a positive way the community that he's around. So that's my motion, and I would do a continuance. I would make that continuance for. I'm going to suggest that we do it for 30 months.
I endorse that. I guess the other thing that's really encouraged me so much, the capacity to write a children's book and the metaphors that he's engaged in use. To me, there's a capacity there to really move and to integrate, differentiate, call it whatever little things you'd want. I was impressed with that, and I think he's got something that's going to go places.
Wasn't there prison writing?
Prison Writers Workshop.
There's something that you had brought up at some other point in time, but yeah, the creative. Is that a second?
Yeah.
Second.
So we had
either way, but in an endorsement with her. Yeah.
Yeah. So did you want to second that, Dan?
Yeah. Wherever.
Okay. So there's a motion and a second. Any other discussion? I agree with you on the book stuff. I'm intrigued by that whole notion of the bee with whether it has a stinger or not. It's pretty intriguing. Any other anything else that people want to relative to this? If not, there's a motion and a second, and we'll do a roll call vote. To the motion, Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Strufert.
Yes.
Schnell votes yes. It's 5 ayes, no nays. So, Mr. Jackson, we will be having you work with a team there and having some conversations about what the best medium move would be. And so you should think about that. I'm certain you've talked to other folks who know where different programs are that you think would be beneficial. And I think, what we want to do, I think, is I want you to hear the fact that, we don't want to take anything away from you. But we think it sounds like you're on the right path, right? You're doing a lot of good work for yourself and for others, and we want to see that continue and have you demonstrate that, and then really work on solidifying this plan. And I can't understate the importance of that. And we've, not that I am an expert more than just having been doing this for the last 5 or so years and hearing from people how important that having that plan was, and being able to follow it, and knowing what their options were when things didn't quite go as they thought. So I just want to wish you the best and congratulate you on the efforts that you have put in place. And just any questions about that?
Yeah, so all right. So you say meet with a team to get down to a medium, but I gotta come back in 30 months?
Yes.
All right.
Now, I'm just going to say this one thing, because you talked about this before, and you talked about the last month or so that you really have shifted in terms of your thinking, because there was a time at which you said, when things did not go your way, these are my words, not yours, but what I gathered from that was you said, screw it. And threw caution to the wind, and things got not so good. And you haven't done that this last time, which I really applaud. And I know that this is a disappointing, you may find this to be a disappointing outcome. And I just hope that you will continue the path that you started. I really do.
Yeah, these were the things, like luckily I explained that to show that the stuff that I was learning was working. I was actually utilizing that. But I also explained how it was these things right here that used to make me feel like I was never going nowhere. I've been doing amazing. I feel like I've been doing amazing, and I just feel like 30 months that's another 2.5 years. That's a long time to have to see where I'm at. And I'm showing where I'm at. I don't want it to be no misunderstanding or miscommunication. Like, this is my life on the line. This is my life on the line. And I got to explain this and within some minutes, to people that's never been around me. So that was hard enough. But I just think 30 months is way too long to show that from a medium. Some of these things that we talked about was suggested to me. It's not like as far as, if I knew that I had the opposite, if I knew that I can be like, let me go to a minimum, I would have said, of course I would have said that. You know what I'm saying? So it's just I don't know. I just think that all this is excessive to try to see what I'm made of. And I'm trying my best to show what I'm made of and everything that I'm doing. I'm trying my best to show what I'm made of, and I'm doing it, so. I don't know.
I understand your disappointment. I respect that. I respect your disappointment, and but I think I just would ask you to understand that we also have an obligation to the broadest. Not just you. You are certainly a big part of what we have an obligation to, but we have an obligation to the community and to the public, and to justice, and to the people left behind as a result of your crime, to make sure that the decisions we make are the best possible, and that's what we're trying to do. And so I appreciate your disappointment. And so with that, I'll just end this, but I wish you the best.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah.
Okay, so are we saying 30 months before he would be able to go to medium security?
No.
Or
30 months before he gets reviewed by the board again, seen by the board.
For release?
Yeah, for release consideration, yes, yeah.
Okay. And then how long before he'd actually get moved into medium security?
That it'll take a little bit of time for the staff. It could take 60 days, 90 days for that to occur. Part of that's the team stuff. But we want to make sure he has a chance to have a voice in what that looks like as well, and where that is.
Understood. Okay, I'd just like to state for the record then, I want to try to help coordinate with him from the outside while he's going through this 30 months of processing to help get a more structured plan in place, a game plan to get everything set up that would make it more what the board is looking for him to be released.
Yeah,
Just
and we have some models for
to be
that.
of service, to be a benefit to him, but also to help him actually get ready to be released and thrive and not fail and go back in, because that's something nobody wants.
I'm with you 100%. Thank you so much, and thank you so much for being here.
Thanks everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. All right, our next.
Yeah, I'll go fast.
Sounds good.
It'll take them a minute to get the next
Our next
guy
case
in.
is still at Stillwater, is at Stillwater as well, so it'll take a few minutes.
Nobody can hear most of you.
You have to speak
My
up and
staff
loud.
upstairs could not hear Cheryl for one word that Chris said, and so your comments made no sense at all. So if people could speak up, it'd be very appreciated by everybody in this room. So,
thank you.
Yeah, just sharing
Thank you,
that.
Liz.
Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
All right, so this is going to be the last hearing right after this gentleman that's coming up. Let me double check what his name is. I got it in put in the description of the video here, but I normally don't retain information, all that easily. The next gentleman that's up, he's going to be, last name is going to be Harris. I believe his first name is pronounced Krishaun, and I believe he's also there for unaliving somebody, and this is his mugshot here on the screen. And let me check his details out here. So he's been incarcerated since 1998, November 18, 1998. He was his anticipated release date is 11/23/2043. His expiration date, I guess, expiration probably means that they could hold him up until this date, and it looks like they could hold him until April 9, 2066. Jeez, man.
Yeah, I just the way they said maybe it's text.
They could definitely hold him for a long
They
time.
were. They were
Let me see. Dan wrote, we got 10
first.
Just now getting my shorts on. I was astonished when I learned how early in their sentences they're in for parole. How is it in Scotland when they're up for parole? You know, it varies by state. You know, everywhere's different. This guy's already he's going on
I'm hoping to be done by 5.
26 years incarcerated at this point.
Yeah, I think it's more than possible.
He's been down since 1998. I think my math is good. So for his, I don't think his is going to be that long. I think this was going to be a short one. I think it was about 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
All right.
For me, I'm not speaking for you.
All right, Aubrey, we're ready.
for the X-ray right there. It's kind of cool that.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me at Stillwater?
Yes. Mute myself.
All right, thank you very much. Rebecca Holmes Larson here, Executive Officer of Hearings and Release in the Supervised Release Board. We are here today to review Mr. Krishaun Harris, who is present by video at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in Stillwater. Mr. Harris also has his advocate, Ms. Jane Ann Murray, present with him at the facility. Here with me at the Minnesota Department of Corrections Central Office, our Commissioner and Chair of the Supervised Release Board. To my left, Mr. Paul Chanel. Also present here at Central Office in St. Paul are the other board members, Mr. Don Strufert, Cheryl Ramstad, Chris Bray, and Jody Nelson. Present on video is another board member, Mr. Andrew Larson. Mr. Harris, our records indicate that on April 11th, 1998, officers with the Minneapolis Police Department were dispatched to a residence after a reported shooting. Officers at the scene spoke to a witness who informed officers that he and a friend had just witnessed a shooting and that there were 2 other victims in his house in the basement who had been shot in the head. Officers entered the residence and observed 2 males lying in the basement face down with head injuries consistent with gunshot wounds. The witnesses informed police that they were at the residence with the 2 victims and Krishaun Harris. The witness reported that he was in the kitchen counting money when Harris took out a gun and ordered that the money be put in a bag and given to him. Harris then told everybody to crawl to the basement and lie face down on the floor. The witness then heard 4 shots fired and felt pieces of concrete from the floor strike his face. He waited until Harris left the house and found that his friend was unharmed while the 2 other victims were shot in the head. Krishaun Harris was subsequently arrested. On November 18th of 1998, Krishaun Andrew Harris was sentenced to 2 counts of second-degree intentional murder in Hennepin County District Court. The term for each sentence was given as 408 months, and those are to be served consecutive, aggregated. Due to new legislation regarding individuals who are juveniles at the time of their offense, Mr. Harris has now had the opportunity to be reviewed by the Supervised Release Board after serving a minimum of 20 years. Today's review represents his initial review after serving approximately 26 years in November of incarceration. His confinement release date was originally November 23rd of 2043. Given the changes by the legislature, he's eligible to be considered for release as of April 9th of 2018. Thank you. I turn this matter over to the board. Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Mr. Harris. How are you today?
I'm okay. Thank you.
Mr. Harris, I'd like to start off by asking you to tell us what it is you'd like to see happen as a result of today's meeting.
Just to get the best results from this whole board. I transitioned my way on to medium. Hopefully, one day, be possible for release.
And do you have thoughts about what you would like to see that look like?
Yeah, Moose Lake, Lino Lakes, and the community working, things of that nature.
Do you feel you're ready?
I know I need more time to adjust, work, like transition down. I don't really think I'm really ready, but I know I could do better and on as far as my my release plan and planning for what's to come. This is all new, so I look forward to it, but I know I still need to work on some things. Definitely.
Are there things that you would like to do? Recognizing, and I appreciate and respect the fact that you recognize that there's that there's a process for this, but do you have things that you'd like to do that you think would be beneficial to you both personally as well as whatever the next stages of life look like?
Yeah, like I said, like transitioning down to like a lower facility where I can have more access to getting a vocational program and certificate under my belt, and just building a stronger foundation for a potential release.
What do you feel has been the biggest changes that you've made during the term of incarceration to date?
The biggest changes?
Yeah.
Just getting my education, just growing, finding out who I am as a person, just programming, working, doing construction type work, building maintenance and everything like that. I know I like to do landscaping was a passion of mine in here, so I found it real therapeutic for me, and helped me with this time and stuff like that and find myself. So, yeah.
Cool. Have you had thoughts about where in the system you'd like to go and why?
Far as like
you talked about stepping down, for medium. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Moose Lake, or Lino, but Moose Lake definitely, from what I hear, from what I know, they got programs that I'm interested in, and I think that'll be a good step down from here, from being in the closed, facility.
What do you feel are the biggest risk factors that you need to work on still?
The biggest risk factors?
Yeah, the biggest challenges, the things that, that if you don't address could get you jammed up.
Just being in a good community, like not going to a bad community, the wrong crowds. Those are like my biggest, I think, risk factors with me that I think.
Thank you. Others have questions for Mr. Harris?
I'd like to start right there. I appreciate community too. Can you give me some examples of the good communities you found, or what else are you looking for in community? What's a good community that's best for you?
Just I think for me personally, I think just because I come from the inner cities of Minneapolis, and I just feel being outside of that will be good for me. Programs that's outside of, faith-based groups and things of that nature.
So have you found good community while being incarcerated, or where's the best community in incarceration so far for you?
Excuse me, can you repeat that?
Where's the best community you've been able to find and participate while incarcerated?
That I was able to find?
Here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My friends. Yeah, my friends. All kinds of my friends. They're like in here. They're like, how can I put it? They're like real supportive. They're into positive programming. Anything positive that goes on, they're into that. So it's really my friends that's here. That's fine.
Thank you. Good, good. Understand.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Harris, the report indicates that you are not interested in any further education. Is that still your thought? You don't want any further education?
So with me, I'm open to it, but I like to work. I like to like build things and work on things, and fix things. But as far as education wise, I do see myself getting to some type of tech programming,
Or the trades?
Say what?
More in the trades? You're interested in something more in the trades?
Like construction or carpentry work, some cabinetry stuff, welding, definitely like to weld. Yeah.
Thank you.
Anything else, questions wise?
Well, I have a question or just a comment. You've got some money set aside, which I thought was pretty amazing. But somewhere in here you mentioned you need help with money management. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Oh yeah. So I just from early on in my time, I was kind of helped a little bit to always put some type of money to the side, and I know that I can do better with how I manage my money in here with just with savings and stuff like that, and what I really need the money for, and just think further down the line for what I'm gonna need these funds for. So I've been gone for a long time, so I always try to keep my mind on how would I use these funds or use some money in the streets to better myself or the situation I'm in or position I'm in. So yeah, I know I need some help in that department for sure.
Mr. Harris, one of the comments that I appreciated was the fact that you talked about how with the psychologist about how your experience of remorse has changed over the course of time, and that you recognize that there was a time with which you were not particularly honest with yourself and with others about what you did, and that's changed over time. What is it that you think allowed you to take on more responsibility for what you did?
Being more into programming, it helped me look at myself, and it made me more comfortable to talk about, really face what I did, what I've done, and really gave me a broader look on the pain I've caused so many people, my support for my family is big. It was just a lot of stuff that helped me out to be more real with myself, be more honest with my whole situation. Like you said, Snell, I wasn't being honest because I think I was afraid of, or I was ashamed of how I would be portrayed and looked at, from friends in here or associates that I had in here, and then how my family would look at me. So I didn't tell the truth about everything until I really got into these programs and was able to go into myself.
I appreciate that. I'm gonna turn to your support person here, Ms. Murray. Thank you so much for being here today. And I want to open the floor to you just to provide your thoughts and insights to the board.
Thank you so much, members of the board. I must say I'm honored that Krishaun asked me to be here as his advocate. He could have had his mother, who is a Minneapolis school teacher, who is a wonderful support to him. I've spoken to her many times, and I know that she's very committed to him. She lives currently in a one-bedroom apartment in a very nice, safe building, and she has talked with the administration there, and they're willing to move her up to a two-bedroom apartment and have Krishaun live with her when you, the board, deem it appropriate to release him. So there is a great release environment with a teacher with his own room available to him. He also has many other family members there as big supports to him, most specifically Vanessa, his sister, who runs a business and has been really a strong supporter throughout the years. And again, I've had lots of communication with her and her commitment to him. She's also willing to have him live with her in her house. I know that the report tries to suggest that the release plan is a bit, flaky because of the different options. But, as somebody I think you were hearing earlier in another case was saying, it's not easy when you've been in prison for 26 years and you went in at 15 to develop a release plan all on your own. And this was a release plan that he was developing on his own and without me. But I have been looking closely at his release plan, and I think we can do a good one. I think we can do one with his mother, and I think we can do one where we use the resources at the University of Minnesota. There's a terrific counseling service there that I can help set up for him. His sister is working on mentors in the community and creating those relationships that will be there for him when he gets out. We can certainly set him up with Narcotics Anonymous meetings so that he has that support in place to ensure that he doesn't revert. But to be clear, his substance use in connection with this case was back when he was 15, and he has been substance use free for 15 years, despite being a prisoner at Stillwater, where alcohol and drugs are rampant. So I think his sobriety and his ability to stay clean 15 years is extraordinary. Other aspects with his release plan, when he talks about not wanting more education, he's saying he doesn't want to go to college. Not everyone needs to go to college. And Krishaun is not one of the people bound for college, but he can absolutely learn a trade, get his certificates. I love hearing him speak with such passion and happiness about the things that he's found that he loves here. Horticulture is key for him. When he talks about finding his therapeutic benefit from gardening, I just find that so beautiful. And I see that there is an ability for Krishaun to find hobbies, activities, and trades and professions in a technical field that will be productive for him and for society. And so there is, I just think that there is huge potential here. I wish we were appearing here from Moose Lake. I wish he'd been in Moose Lake for years. To be clear, he's been essentially discipline-free for 10 years. I get it. There were 2 technical disciplinary violations 5 years ago. These are nonviolent. There's been no fighting incidents for 10 years, which again really comports with what the science tells us about young men and their sort of move away from impulsivity and, testosterone-fueled situations. I mean, he's now 42 years old, and for all intents and purposes, I would say for 10 years, he's been discipline-free. The 2 incidents that are recounted from 5 years ago, I would say some other CO would not have written him up. I mean, there's a luck of the draw and who writes you up. And so it's remarkable. It's remarkable. This person has effectively raised himself. He's been in Stillwater. Programming is limited. It's a tough environment. There are gangs. there are drugs, but he's exited negative relationships. He has remained sober. He's worked. He's well loved. And it's something that I've also noticed in my visits to him, and I've heard from him, and I've heard from his family. He's loved. And I wish that this psychiatrist had done more collateral interviews, because I think they may have learned more about who he is and the kind of lovely person he is. He's had his high school diploma, he's completed several programs, including in restorative justice. He's worked really hard. He exercises every day. He finds joy and peace in music. He maintains strong relationships with his family. He's maintained romantic relationships. He has strong, positive plans for the future. He's a sweet, humble, modest person. There are just so many good things to say about Krishaun. And my proposal today is that you don't deny parole and say we'll come back in 3 years. My proposal is you adjourn this hearing. You immediately transfer him to Moose Lake or Lino Lake, something which I honestly feel from a systemic standpoint for people like him should have happened sooner. And I'm not calling anybody out. It's tough, it's difficult, it's expensive, dealing with young children who come into an adult system, and there definitely have been system failures here in Minnesota for decades in this area. But I want you to adjourn this for a year. I want you to put him in Moose Lake or Lino Lakes. I know he will thrive there. He has friends and mentors in those facilities that will take care of Krishaun because he is loved. And I want an opportunity to do an independent report with the head of forensic psychiatry at the University of Minnesota, who has reviewed the report that you have in front of you and believed that it is flawed, and that its conclusions do not match the factual findings, that somebody else could come in with entirely different conclusions, that the conclusion that of risk factors is fueled with confirmation bias, and fails completely, I think, to address the brain science that is at the heart of the statute that's giving him this extra hearing, but also just fails to take account of it in terms of analyzing his risk for the future. I mean, he was 15 when he came in here. There's no way the diagnoses in that report are sustainable or justifiable. But his crime was one that is very typical of that brain science insights that we have gained. The impulsivity, the peer pressure and peer subordination, if you want to say, absence of a father, and then finding other father figures that were terrible models for him. And again, so young, it's the impulsivity that is characterized in these young cases. But what we see now is someone who's not impulsive at all, someone who has developed into a really strong level of maturity and insight. And in no disciplinary infractions other than a couple of minor ones 5 years ago, for 10 years, tells us that maturity has set in and the impulsivity is gone. So I then, during this year that I'm proposing, where I ask you to come back and look at him again, we will work harder, Vanessa, his sister, and me and his mother, in developing that release plan so you can have a real sense of confidence about what's out there for him. And in the meantime, he'll be in Moose Lake, proving himself to be someone who can handle a less controlled environment. I am very confident that Krishaun is going to show you that he can do this, and that you will feel much better about ruling about parole for him after a year. And maybe at that point, it will be another year to give him another step down and more community work. But I'm just asking you not to immediately assume that we need to wait 3 years. I don't think we need to wait, but I do think we can't wait about transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before we go into final deliberations, I just want to give you, Mr. Harris, a chance to make any comments before we close and the board begins to talk about next steps.
I just want to say thank you.
Yes, right. You take that.
Yeah, I just want to say just thank you,
for this meeting.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work you're doing there as well.
Thank you.
All right, with that, I'm going to open it up to the board for thoughts on next steps.
Could I have a point of clarification?
Yeah.
I thought I read that he served 26.5 years of his 68-year sentence. Is that correct? So would it require parole on the first one to go to the second? Is that what we're doing?
It's different. They're called consecutive aggregated. So it's a 408-month sentence for each one. And basically what it does is make his supervision period longer, not once he's served his time on the sentences. It's like the supervision is consecutive. And I have a document I can share with all of you. But basically the time his sentence term that he serves is the same, the supervision period is longer.
So his sentence would be 408?
Times 2.
His sentence, his incarceration time?
Okay, let me get my document out and show you.
Is this something that's changed as a result of the 2003 or 23?
No.
No.
No, the judge has the option to do consecutive aggregated sentence for, I don't want to cite for the courts why they did it, but they're basically concurrent sentences,
okay.
But the supervision period time is basically laid out consecutive.
Okay, that makes sense.
If that helps?
Yes, that helps.
Okay.
Yeah.
And they're 408 months for each.
Thank you.
But the authority of the board really would be has the ability to, at this point in time, grant parole.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
So I would make a motion. Should we do that yet?
You can do it, yeah, whatever you want.
Be stepped down to medium facility, either Moose Lake or Lino Lakes.
Can I have you speak up, please?
Either Moose Lake or Lino Lakes be stepped down, medium facility, and we review in a year.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second for a step down to Moose Lake or Lino, and with a review in 12 months. Any other thoughts on that? The one thing I would just say is that I know that Mr. Harris has done some work with the restorative justice stuff. I hope that there is continued work on that front, and either Moose or Rush would or Moose or Lino would offer that. Because I'm not wholly convinced that there is a recognition of the totality of the impact on that and on others, and it's just something I would like to see him continue to work on. I'm not saying he doesn't. Obviously, that has been something that has been developing, and he's been more honest with himself and others around that. But I think just this whole notion of the impact. I get the age, but even now, being able to look at it through the eyes of today as an adult and be able to better contextualize that would be something I would hope that he would continue to work on while he's over the course of this next year. All right, I'm not hearing anything else. So there is a motion and a second. Obviously, just remaining discipline-free would be a consideration, one of the requirements as well. This is a standard. I will say that that we are that the move could take 60 to 90 days, which would mean that that it's going to shorten the period of time that he would be there, and we would be seen. So just to make sure that the board is aware of that. All right, with that, motion second and a roll call vote. Board Member Bray.
Yes.
Board Member Larson.
Yes.
Board Member Ramstead.
Yes.
Board Member Nelson.
Yes.
Board Member Struford.
Yes.
And Schnell votes no. So it is a 5-1 vote. The motion prevails, and we will put in place that move to step down, head to Moose Lake, and see him in a year. All right, Mr. Harris, any questions about that?
No, I just want to say thank you.
Great, no problem. Good luck to you. All right.
Any discussions about programming or vocational?
Whatever is available by way of that vocational training programming, things that would be of interest and a benefit to him. And then certainly the development of a release plan.
For me, what I'm looking for, I think the opportunity for me, how much progress can be demonstrated in 1 year where? And I think that's the one thing that I'm looking at here. And we do have the opportunity to look at that very carefully and proceed accordingly. So I think it's an opportunity for me to learn what can happen over 1 year. Appreciate that.
Good. All right. With that, just would seek a motion to approve the minutes from the October 8th, 2024 meeting. Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And no signups for public comment. The next meeting of the Supervised Release Board is Wednesday, November 13th, 11:15 to 4:30 here at the DOC. And with that, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
And a second?
Second.
And we are adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank you, everybody.
Take care.
We made it by 5 o'clock.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like this hearing's over. Really appreciate you guys tuning in to add collect call from, or you have a collect call from. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and take it down because it's already it's 1:01 a.m. my local time. So, and I gotta be at work in a few hours. So, like I say around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, we are out. A rato.